Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons, Season 2, Episode 29, A Tour of Rakdos Campus.
What do you mean Season 2?
We have been in Season 2 forever now.
What was Season 1?
29 episodes ago now.
What marked the end of Season 1?
I don't know. Ask Digi.
Digi?
How have you just now realized this? I have been doing this for several weeks now.
How have you not noticed?
I don't think I've been here for a few weeks.
You have.
Have I?
Either way,
Moriarty.
do remember to check out the description down below, where you can find our link tree, which has links to our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. For those watching the recording over on YouTube, do come over and join us live here on Twitch. And for those watching here on Twitch, don't forget to go check out our YouTube and please subscribe to it. It is a huge help. But you can also help out by going over to our TikTok and all of the other places that are in the link tree and supporting the channel however you may. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over now to Gram for the recap.
Well, Graham, using a bit of goodwill and causing a slight bit of trauma, went and found Pluto's wife to kind of force him to face his emotional hang-ups, so he doesn't one day turn into a crazy monster. This did not turn out super well.
So he
It
is.
wasn't. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so he is still on the path to become a crazy monster.
It worked well, just not in the way that Graham was thinking.
It was less the emotional reunion and more his wife sort of slapping him around.
Which to be fair, I think that was something that he needed.
Yes.
We can't say it wasn't justified.
No, that's why Graham. But Graham still didn't want Pluto just getting his ass beat for no reason.
Fair.
He's like, yes, it may have been deserved. Yes, it might not have necessarily, but it wasn't also entirely deserved either. Or I should say, the level of ass kicking wasn't deserved. As he was sent into a wall.
Yes.
His feet did leave the ground. Yes, his feet.
Poor Pluto.
And Lute has apparently attempted to acquire some specialty teas. Which I'm sure if Graham was aware of, he would assume it might have been from Morath's grandma. It's like, I don't remember potatoes being used to make teas normally. Oh my god, it's her!
Potato tea.
And I do believe Cordon and oh my god, I can't remember the owl.
Ceres.
Cirrus, that's it. That was it. Cordon and Cirrus, I think they ended up going on their own little adventure.
Yes, we ended up what you may call it. We ended up rescuing Elemin's little underlings after they got themselves into a situation where they couldn't escape.
The
Not a
Three
dead,
Stooges.
yeah, not a deadly one, but they still needed to be bailed out of.
Are their names Larry, Moe, and Curly?
No,
I mean, they weren't
it's
even
Oswald,
trapped.
Jack, and Jake.
The only thing keeping them in place was their own fear.
Yes.
They interrupted business at a ghost tavern for ghosts by ghosts.
And once again, all problems lead to the Orzhov.
No, it was this time it was a Rakdos. It was in the Rakdos district. Funnily enough.
Huh.
They disregarded orders and were accompanying a liberal arts student in the Rakdos.
One that apparently was using some sort of spell to control ghosts the ghosts inside a tavern, but apparently that tavern was a tavern for ghosts, as in one that ghosts used to eat.
Now, if I may recount properly, so
Mhm.
we have croissants, but we are beset by ghosts. Yes, that is correct. I assume things did not go as you planned, not in the least. Have we at least learned something? Well, I've learned that I am comfortable with a certain margin of error and failure in life.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And I don't think Elemin has progressed any further with his disciples. Unfortunately for him. Well, there might have been some progress, but it's like one step out of 99 that he needs to traverse.
I believe only one of them actually learned anything. The
Yes.
other two are just.
Consuming croissants.
Yes.
I mean, I'm still in awe of their dense stupidity, to be honest.
You think I'm not?
Quite fearsomely impressive, yeah.
Yes.
Then they followed the rats around, or followed Elemen's people around, to see why they were so not liked by the populace, and found out. Needless to say, by the end of the patrol, the skunk wanted to return to the Earth.
And Elemin wasn't sure of how to go about this. He was kind of flabbergasted the way that they acted around other people.
They were intensely helpful. Or
That's
so they
one
thought.
term for it.
They're terrifyingly helpful.
Yes.
They were terrifyingly intense about wanting to help people.
Yes.
That sounds truly awful for people to deal with.
Which is the reason why they have a bad reputation.
That's why they stopped being put on patrol.
Like Elemin, Elemin got them to do a patrol just to be able to tailgate and just to see what the hell is it that they were up to, that they were having so many complaints. Needless to say, it didn't took long for him to find a problem.
Let's say when they encountered Corridon, who was in disguise, one of them pulled their swords and said, "Monster!" The other pulled their sword and said, "Elderly!" Elderly.
Same
and wound up
thing.
with monstrous elder or something like that, monster elderly, and
Yes.
still wanted to stab him for no reason.
To be fair,
Okay, fine. Monster, elderly, same thing.
to be, to be, to be fair, if you combine those two, elderly monster that actually can be terrifying.
Eventually they settled on, oh, it's just a pile of laundry.
Listen, there's a difference between elderly monsters and eldritch monsters.
I mean,
Are we sure these people graduated whatever amounts to like a military
Preschool.
academy?
No, they
The
Well,
haven't.
forums?
No, they haven't. They're recruits.
specifically, they have it.
But
In fact,
also, Octil, the skunk, at some point during the routine did stab them to get them moving and said, I can heal you so I can get away with this. Can heal.
Oh
yeah,
God.
yeah, Octil doesn't have the attitude for an actual healer, even though he can use healing magic, which is a problem. He'll be threatening people with violence just because they can heal them.
Is Elemin going robot for anybody else?
A little
Every
bit.
now and then,
yes,
but
a
not
little
anymore.
bit.
Oh, really? Damn.
It's better now.
Okay. Do tell
Yeah,
them
it's even.
Oh dear.
And there it
Oh
goes.
no, there we go.
Hmm. That might be my internet going. Yeah, it's my internet going, kind of leaving for a bit.
I see.
Yeah, and sorry, there's nothing I can do about that. I see the bars lowering and going up again.
Disconnect and reconnect.
Arise!
Testing.
It sounds better for now, but you'll need to talk more.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still a bit creaky.
Yeah, it's just my internet being. Yeah, no, it's my internet being. Yeah, I
Could
can.
try restarting your router.
Actually, it's sounding okay right now.
Hmm. I'll try not to talk too much until it gets fixed. We were almost done with the recap, anyways.
Yep. So yeah, that's why Elemen's boys aren't very well liked.
Rondus calls him does a big balk.
Oh.
Yeah. Hell is that?
That
Is that a
Marten.
Was that a Marten video? Yeah.
This is my channel. What the hell else is it gonna be?
Yeah,
Sure enough.
Ugh.
it did sound like a tiny engine like turning over, but it wasn't. It was a Marten.
Little boy.
Yeah.
Little boy that does big bork.
Yeah.
Well, once upon a time we were about ferrets.
What do you mean?
Before Pine Martens.
That was a dark time, and we shall not speak of it.
That was really only a temporary
It was a
not really
transition period for ZGF.
It was a dark
Not-
time, and we shall not speak of it.
not really like that. It was more of a I went through a couple of them that we just kind of swapped between depending on we themed a couple of our packs and such, our mod packs towards them. Like there was one for rabbits, there was one for ferrets. We had one for otters.
Others.
We were just theming our mod packs.
Anyway, Elemin may take a greater interest in trying to realign his dum-dums
Yeah.
before they get expelled from the Rakdos by him
From the Rakdos.
to the Rakdos.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, Elemin isn't really sure what to do with the rat twins.
Rondascorzim is watching the Sable eat banan. Praise banan.
Until he thinks that maybe he just needs to try and do a different job other than healer. With the rat twins, he's not sure what to do.
Like they are large and they are not smart, but they can swing a sword. That's
Yeah.
probably the most they can do.
Yes. Sword.
Sword.
You could throw them in Galkas's general direction, see what he makes of them. I mean, if you're a fan of meatballs, that is.
I mean, Elemin does like people, but not that kind.
It's just a job hazard. It's not your fault.
No.
Yes, it's always your fault if you push someone in front of the landslide.
Well, shall we get started then?
Yes,
Yeah.
we shall. I don't believe we've missed anything. Ah! Let's see. That's right. Apart from the wife also ordering Pluto to write her letters regularly and visit within the month. If he doesn't, he better have a good excuse.
Who's Pluto?
The skeleton man.
Yes. The one that's good with contracts.
I didn't know he was married.
His wife is still alive, actually.
He used to be married.
Then he was with the Orzhov for 50 years. So, who shall we begin with? Or, potentially Nim or Gram is what I'm considering.
Sounds good because he did him do. I think name. I didn't name because he didn't do much last session.
He's training something very particular at the moment.
Yes.
I'd love to do more than that, but I do also want to get that done. So
Yep.
that's
He is
really
training.
all Nim is going to be doing is just training
Alright.
and training with Malt.
Training and spending time with Malt.
Yay!
So I will ask for those intelligence checks from Silver. And did I ask for something from Nim also?
I
Because-
don't believe so. How
Still
many
solid.
intelligence checks do you want?
2. Dice. Oh, I see. Do we have any of those community rerolls?
No.
Ah.
We just started. I don't think we could have gotten one. I mean, we could have, but like, we would have known.
Not this early on.
All right.
Oh.
Then Nim, I would like you to roll. Yes, this could apply actually. Roll nature. You feel like your senses are expanding the more you build this, and you are starting to feel what Silver feels when you're asleep.
Oh god, it's just anxiety.
You are also feeling a lot of confusion and some concern.
Oh god, it's
However-
actually anxiety.
Well, Silver doesn't really get what the point of this is. Nim's kind of the smart one here. But they're gonna try. However, you still feel yourself. And when you wake up, you are looking out of 2 sets of eyes.
This is weird.
Silver agrees. And them closing their eyes and shaking their head is not a very pleasant feeling when you are not. It is a very uncomfortable disconnect that cancels the next set of vision. But you did feel something. Something else.
What is that?
It is possible that if you went down, you might still be able to cast spells from Silver without taking their action.
Well, that's useful. If Nim ever actually goes down.
Yes, it's a just in case thing, but it is the start.
It's a start, yeah.
I mean, you could also use Silver as a catalyst to target something that's out of your own range. If that situation ever comes up.
Indeed. With practice, you will be able to use Silver's line of sight for your spells.
That is actually incredibly useful, I'd say.
Cooperation. When 2 beings are so bound together, things like this can happen.
Yes.
It's progress, and you are finally starting to see some results from it. However, you are starting to get quite the headache, also. You have been mental training and strengthening basically a psychic soul connection between the two of you. And it's been going on, but your body really wants to do more.
What do you mean it wants to do more?
It wants to go out and see new things again. Smell new things, taste more food, see more food.
Wait, is this what the inner mana nim?
Hard to say.
But he
Him
also
is having cravings.
but he also he wants to finish the training. Plus, I have no idea where to go with Nim right now.
Fair enough. Someone would have to come and get him for him to, well, leave. Because Malt is also just good company.
Nobody knows the names. It's over there.
And
I
he
mean,
has
the Azurius trainer person does.
Indeed.
Yep. Yeah, but she doesn't know the rest of the party.
She was just assigned the Nim and does not have a Marten.
She might know Cray.
True.
But either way, Nim is just... He's got no ideas where else to go right now. Just, retreated from the rest and doing his training, getting better. That's his main priority, is he wants to get better.
Then these actual practical results are probably quite encouraging.
He's been seeing the insane stuff the others can do, and he wants to do them himself. Especially because he lost his own special thing.
You know, that's fair enough.
Thankfully,
It's
it was
gotta be
rebuilt, but it
useful.
wasn't what it was before.
He doesn't really consider the access to paladin spells as really being insane and stuff.
It's strong, but it's not crazy.
Kind of barely even that strong, really. Definitely useful. Gives more utility. Just still not that strong, though. The fact that Silver can use it definitely helps, but...
Whenever we're fighting people who could like steal the souls of their allies to use as ammunition to like blow like someone like Volcasa away.
Compared to things like that, yeah, it's useless.
Admittedly, that ability is predicated on the sacrifice of allies, but yes, it is powerful.
Their power.
But yeah, Nim's just he's got nothing to do except keep training. Nowhere to go, nowhere to be.
I've added it to your sheet so that you may witness it.
Especially with Cyrus not around today. Nim couldn't even go do the flight training, so
Ah, poor Nim. Poor winged boy. Well, over to Graham then.
All right.
It seems that
So-
your friends are staying very active, it seems, one way
Yes.
or another. Elemin, do you return to the hideout, or do you just go to your house post dealing with your subordinates yesterday?
Since his Elemin is going back to his house, since he was already at the Boros, he just wants to sleep.
Fair. They were very mentally draining.
Indeed.
Graham, did you? I assume you went home because the hideout's kind of awkward since you brought Pluto's wife over.
Probably. Yeah, Graham probably would have gone home.
Makes sense.
I think that's right. He was also gonna plan on helping Tanya.
Yep, you were creating a plan for that. Though she is one of the more probably ones you don't have to worry about. anytime
True.
soon.
But she's also one of the few that he can actually do that he knows how to do something about.
Oh, that's pleasant. I posted something in Guild Tales.
Oh.
Hmm?
Soup.
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 Mmm.
Soup is good. Anyway, back to Graham.
Since he doesn't
Yeah.
quite know how to deal with Tanya yet.
There is also that mysterious black rabbit, Eleanor.
That is true.
Someone who seems curiously related to your family and knows many of the secrets. The one who apparently incurred a lot of debt by continually overstepping their bounds.
Graham might go visit them.
They remain in the hideout. Curiously, they don't seem to have moved very much.
I hope she's okay.
That's what Graham was literally about to ask. He's just gonna be like, "Are you doing all right?"
I suppose, truthfully, I'm a little anxious.
Oh,
Well, I've been thinking about some things since we last spoke.
what kind of things?
Well, considering what I know, I still can't understand why, even if I had debt, why did they let me out? I mean, I know you can buy anything in the Orzhov with the right price, but
You know secrets?
well, I know the Ashfell, and I know my family, and I was sold regardless.
That is really strange. If you know both our families, then what are the chances you were sold specifically to meet me?
Unfortunately, the more I think about it, the more it seems not unlikely. Especially, apparently, since you met Father not all that long ago.
Yeah, speaking of which, why would they want that? To basically have two trouble children meet up.
I don't know. Perhaps Father wants you to last longer.
I have a hard time believing that, but then again, he seems to have taken an interest in my, I guess, unusual progress since leaving.
He does like interesting people. That, and despite your chances, I've heard that you've not killed any Ashfells yet either. So you're not really stopping anything either.
I mean, I've only really interacted heavily with one Ashfell, so. And I basically let them live to send a message.
Right.
Basically, that message being that, I'm strong enough to not worry about, killing some Ashfell peon, and this is really more of a power play, I guess.
Right. Send them home battered and bruised. Still, he has his eyes on you now. We all know it.
Huh. Well, only so much I can do about that, so. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine!
Quite. Surely, it's fine.
At least for now.
Oh, One other thing. Should you have need of me and wish for me to accompany you, I will, but there might be one problem.
What's that?
Well, when things get, let's say exciting, we tend to freeze a little bit.
Ah, that's right. Pacifists or something like that, right?
Yes. Should you need me during a hectic situation, I will try my best, but I am most efficient, post-encounter.
Well then, you know what? I have someone that you could meet who would probably love an extra hand. And he will take Eleanor to meet Elena.
Aha! Indeed. She is
I mean,
currently attending to her duties within the Selesnya.
Huh. If that's the case.
However, a cleric's a cleric.
True. Graham will throw a green cloak. Throw a green cloak over her and be like, "Okay, follow me." I am probably just high enough of a rank that I could potentially avoid too many questions.
You have also been seen with Elena multiple times, so...
This is true. But he's sure, like, once he gets Eleanor to meet Elena, they'll be fine, but he's more worried about questions arriving before then, because he's not really a high rank, and he knows that the Selesnya don't entirely view him the same way Malt does.
No. Many are still, like, thinking of you as, that Orzhov transfer.
Indeed. But anyways, Graham shall take Eleanor out for a little walk.
She is certainly peering around. Her ears are twitching a lot as you are taking transportation.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, not especially. It's just that we don't tend to travel far.
Ah, well, I travel literally all over.
Oh, good.
So I guess I'm kind of used to it.
Well, yes, Ashbel do. Snowfall, not so much. We are for comfort and restoration. So, Ashfell come to us. We do not go to the Ashfell, as
This
we
is
are
fair.
generally vulnerable in most regards.
Well, don't worry. I will keep you safe.
Oh, good. Yes. Just surrounded by so many people with uncertain goals or allegiances or anything of the sort in a confined space.
I guess I kind of see your apprehension, but also most people don't have evil designs.
Yes, I know, but it's also Orzhov. Born and raised.
Fair, but the Selesnya are a pretty nice group, so... But I assume you'll probably be staying at the hideout most of the time, but there's just someone who I feel you'd be working with a lot and would be nice to introduce you to.
I'll take your word for it.
I do have a question, though.
Yes.
How much about mana do you know?
She's going to pause at this one. I know of it. I haven't had the privilege, however. Well, not very much of the privilege. We're told about it, but I was delayed for my behavior.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but...
But every now and then I do hear the whisperings of something, but it does seem like previously I was kept an eye, or something or somewhere was keeping an eye on me, because something would fall over and startle me. I'd lose my focus.
Strange. Especially with how cool Ash seems to be about most things.
Yes. Feels like I can almost do it, but then something happens.
Well, the ensemble might be able to help with that.
I might need it.
Anyways, I do believe we are getting close now.
Indeed. The carriage is rumbling past the entrance. And you are now in the Selesnya district.
Graham shall, take Eleanor to meet with Elena.
Wait, I like E-names, can you tell?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
If there's any more of them, I'll start to get I'll start to get actually confused.
I think we were
Never
already
mind.
confused.
Because a lot of them have a very similar sound as well. They're all like EL names.
Yes.
Eleanor, Eileen.
Elena. I'm not sorry.
So yes, Graham shall meet up with Elena then.
You are taken to a fairly large clinic at the base of the great tree.
Ooh, fancy.
As usual, she has her parasol. Floating and very open to block direct sunlight that filters through the leaves high in the sky.
Graham will wave.
Oh, hello there.
Hey, there's someone I kind of wanted you to meet, because they might be helping you out at the hideout a little bit.
Oh, helping me.
Yes, they're a cleric, and I'm assuming some kind of cousin of mine.
Oh, the little girl that Red brought.
Yes.
Huh. Well, I'll not say that
Elena,
too longer.
Eleanor, Elena.
She has to kneel down a bit so that they can shake hands a bit more comfortably.
Graham is reminded that he is very short.
Yes.
Standing at 4 foot. Because the ears don't count.
I mean,
Sadly.
are you short for are you short for a rabbit?
No, he's fairly tall for a small species.
Yes. Just in general, you're small.
Yes. People look down on him because of physical differences. Because they have to
He's
look
literally 4 foot tall.
It doesn't help that bunnies are adorable.
No, it doesn't.
down. All his intimidation checks have failed.
Every single one. Usually horribly failed. Not just failed, but horribly failed. Like less than like a 10 as like the overall like score.
Which is unfortunate because his charisma is very high.
It is.
It's a curse.
But yeah, she's apparently really good at helping Ashfells deal with anger issues.
Interesting.
Because apparently I might be slightly actually cursed.
You know, considering what I know about your family, that's not a surprise, actually. But I hadn't considered that for some reason. Since you've been with us for a long time and have generally acted quite well.
I at least try to.
You act within the Selesnia's standard behaviors, so I accepted any small misdemeanors, as they probably deserved it.
Graham will just kind of chuckle. Oh, you've been keeping an eye on me since I've joined the Selesnia, huh?
Well, we don't get many transfers from guilds with such a reputation, let's say. So it wasn't just me, but I did review a report on you now and then. Let's say you stand out.
Well, I'm glad. I do kind of like standing out a little bit.
Certainly. You're quite a ferocious rabbit.
I'm working on that a little bit.
No, it's good, it's good.
I mean, I shouldn't say that I'm trying to be ferocious. I'm not trying to not be ferocious. More of that I'm trying to at least keep it directed in a good way.
I understand. So, you are good for psychological care then.
like directed at Nim. Also, we seem to have lost Cray.
We did do that.
Oh no.
Why.
Actually, Eleanor has helped Graham's anger not be directed at Nim.
Nah, it's totally
has
still
no-
directed at Nim.
I guess we'll see on their next encounter.
Yes.
Oh, so the next encounter when Graham is going to spend 3 whole episodes just screaming at Nim.
I might induce fatigue penalties.
No, it's not going to be 3 days of screaming. It's just going to be one super scream.
Ah!
the angry squeak that could be heard across Ravnica. It is then marked on the calendar by historians as the Sonic Squeak.
the day that all the glass broke in Ravnica.
And the Izzet had nothing to do with it this time.
Funny.
An important addendum.
Welcome back, whoever came back.
Oh, Artie.
So, you are good with psychological care. Alright, I'll see what you can do myself. I might have a place with you in the rehabilitation ward.
Oh, by the way, I feel I should also mention that they are 110% a pacifist.
That's fine.
Just felt it needed saying.
Well, I will certainly make note of them to put them with the let's say predictable patients.
Fair enough. But yeah, I figured since you two might be working together a lot with the ensemble, I kind of wanted you two to meet.
Oh. So you're staying officially then? Yes, I do believe I will be. Magnificent.
I mean,
Well,
Ren.
please make your acquaintance.
I mean, Ren bought her. I don't think she has a choice.
That is true.
Yeah, well, she doesn't know what Ren wants from her, though.
True. Also true. I still don't understand what the heck did Ren bought her for either. That was just a tidbit that was shared with us.
Graham doesn't understand it either, especially considering Ren has a weird thing about trusting people, apparently. Speaking of which, Graham will be like, by the way, do you know what... I know everyone has to kind of share on the ensemble what they kind of wanted. What did Ren want?
Well, from what I can recall, what he told Zevran was... And then she's going to pause and, tap the side of her head. As if she knew it, but she can't access that information anymore.
Uh-oh. Graham is going to use his mana sense to see if he can sense a mana effect on her.
Alright. Roll it.
Not bad.
Out of the corner of your eye, and leading back to her, you see a red string as thin as silk.
The red string. Wait, wasn't that a Mary thing?
No.
That's a
Okay,
Pluto
then.
thing.
No. Pluto does contracts. Ren does strings.
Okay, so it is
But
a
Pluto
red thing.
attached a red string to everybody with one of his contracts.
Yes.
That was probably with the help of Ren.
Basically, yes, that is a combination thing between them.
Okay. Wait a second. How is that fair? Graham will say.
What?
I
What
think
fair?
I think Ren used his ability on you, so you can't talk about it.
She's going to frown before raising a hand, focusing a bit, and then wrapping it around her finger before yanking downwards.
Uh-oh.
And unfortunately, it seems that while it does snap, it was quite taut, let's say, because that finger is now bleeding, as that string was seemingly very tough.
Are you sure that's okay?
I can fix this.
I meant doing that to Ren's. Do you know what his ability is?
Yes, actually. When he places a string on someone, he can keep an eye on them. However, those strings are a bit thicker. And when he's got a string on someone that leads back to him, from anywhere, he can cast or do whatever he likes, no matter how far away they are.
That's
However, for a thin string like that, I think it was only connected to one thing in particular. Probably to just detach it from the rest of my memory. Oh. Aha. Well, that's ugly.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
It just thing just went silent for a moment. I thought I might have begun to lose connection, but no, people just went
No.
silent.
She seems to be reviewing the memory and frowning. Well, I'm not sure how much you're going to like this, but he said he just wants to fool around and screw with people who believe they're in charge of everything. And at some point, someone is going to make their second mistake, and he wants permission for us to look away. He wants us to look away when he delivers retribution.
that sounds ominous.
Yes. Probably why he wanted to make us forget and just remember him casual. As casual as possible.
Although I feel like I'm going to need to deal with Ren soon.
True,
It
he
seems-
probably noticed that the string snapped. Though I could just pass it off as saying, I was just sensing my surroundings and noticed something that didn't belong.
Well, anyways, how's your body coming along? Runcible card give you any kind of status update?
Actually, I've been checking a little more than I'd care to admit. It seems that he has reassigned the location to a higher end laboratory, but they are in the development phase. It seems to have successfully taken.
That's great to hear.
And now they're just accelerating growth.
I know that,
Unsurprisingly, it's an empty vessel, but that's sort of the point.
Yeah, I'm really hoping this turns out well for you. I know it
Yes.
definitely can't be easy.
You'd think you'd get used to it, but you don't.
I don't think anyone could really ever get used to that, but I suppose despite the fact that it's not something you can really get used to, it is probably still better than being dead.
True. And I can't say they didn't get their comeuppance. They're dead and I'm not, so...
Well, maybe Eleanor can help talk some of this through with you too.
Sure. I guess we'll be getting to know each other. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we will. I have to say, there is something comforting about you. Yes, you can probably sort of tell what I am. I can. Are there many in the Orzhov? Yes, actually. Go figure.
Anyways,
Very few as brazen as you to stand like that. I have great faith in this umbrella. I see.
anyways, Graham will bow and be like, "All right, well, I'm gonna go find Ren because I do know that he's got a weird thing about trusting people, and I just want to make sure that this isn't gonna cause anything bad to happen."
Bad.
I don't know if you should talk to him alone.
I will likely get Eileen to help me.
Oh, alright. Yes, alright then.
Potentially Pluto. They are the ones I've decided to trust with helping me help you guys.
They are the brains of the operations.
Indeed. I'm kind of hoping that I can help Sterling soon too, because I think he would be a great help to them. And I think, despite all the
time with them, really, they're a very strange one.
yes, but they seem to be really good at I guess seeing other people's points of view, despite the fact that they have trouble doing it with each other.
Well, I guess they're kind of a mess when you're just trying to talk to one of them.
Yeah.
But I'm still very curious about their operation. How are they so... what's the word? Conjoined and independent still?
It is a good question, one that I have no answer for.
Like, unfortunately, the Simic in me is very intrigued.
Anyways,
I'll stop there.
I do want to go get this checked out real quick, so as much as I would love to stay and continue chatting, I do kind of need to go. Please watch out for Eleanor for me.
Don't worry. Everyone here knows that no violence in my clinic.
And with that, Graham shall basically beeline it straight towards the hideout, and probably call Eileen on the Marten, because I'm she has to have a Marten by now. There's no way Eileen doesn't have one now.
You are correct.
In
Hello?
fact, I would assume that Pluto would probably also have one because the Marten contract is probably child's play for him.
I mean, it still takes a
I'm
while, but
I'm not so sure about that.
those two are the ones capable of signing it out of the ensemble. Hello?
Hey, Elena just found one of Ren's strings on her and snapped it, and if you refer to your notes, I feel like this might have some issues.
Ah, indeed, that would be very frowned upon, using our abilities on each other inside the ensemble.
I will be back shortly.
Okay.
Also, looking at the notes and what Eileen just told, Elena just told me. Oh my god, Dusty, why have you done this?
I'm going to do more.
Oh god.
Give me
Con-
more.
Considering what he wants to do, I think that the thing that he actually wants to do will cause him to fall to corruption.
I see.
So we might need to run Ren up on the to-do list.
I see. Well, I do have more information on that regard, if you are willing to hear it.
Indeed, I am.
Well, Ren was, unsurprisingly, a former Demir agent. And from my digging, he seemed to get by on basically talent alone. He could read people very well, and basically completed his assignment and then completed someone else's assignment and waited for them at the end goal to ask what took so long. He was that kind of person.
Ah.
Naturally, he didn't make a lot of friends, but he didn't think he needed them. Woe befell him when a certain female Kenku had finally had enough, and the records state he had been assassinated.
Female Kenku. Oh, that's not good.
However, then he showed up for us, fine and dandy.
Which obviously means
and
the
quite
assassination failed.
And quite chipper, despite a somewhat different body.
Different body.
Well, he didn't have steel components beforehand. He was a very normal person.
Oh, so
Oh,
I guess
so
that
Were I to guess, there's probably an is at hand in his current figure.
I'm fixed.
come back.
welcome
Thank you.
back. Your mom tried to kill one of the ensemble.
Welcome back.
One of the ensemble? That's not who I told her to kill.
All right then.
Excellent.
You are Kenku, right?
Technically speaking, yes.
Technically
Cool.
speaking,
Uh,
yes.
Graham is learning from Eileen that apparently Ren was kind of a hotshot Demir agent who was like didn't have the personality for it. Not at all, but he had enough talent that people just sort of like grinned and bared it.
Who did?
Until seemingly one female Kenku had quite enough of his attitude, and it was reported that he was assassinated by unknown perpetrators,
Who are we talking
probably
about?
for finally getting careless.
Who are we talking about?
Ren, the
Ren.
metalhead guy.
Oh. Interesting. I wasn't aware that was their relationship.
Well, if you do recall, every now and then when you met, she did passively mention, "Oh yeah, if Ren would die, that would be great."
No, she did mention that. I just was like, I don't know if this is like the funny kind of I want you to die or the actual I want you to die. But also, it's like in such a passive way, it's not like, go ahead and kill him. It's not that. It's just, we don't need him to live.
I wonder why. Well, now you know. Your character doesn't know yet, but you do.
And who's this being explained to?
Graham,
Ah.
over a Marten phone.
Graham will just be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this I think needs resolved now because there's no way that Ren doesn't try to do something to Cray to get to his mom.
Oh. Now,
From what I've gathered, he seems to have already evened the score.
oh, now I see.
But when Pluto confronted him about it before, he said, "Oh, I just know they'll do something one day, and then I can get my retribution," were the exact words.
Yeah,
I am
Eileen, we can't let him do that.
starting to connect some dots here.
So, yeah, we're gonna have to get this resolved. Preferably because it, as much as it pains me to say, we have to. Cray is a party member, and I should help him despite some of the things he's done, because he has been a helpful and contributing member.
I don't recall him doing anything particularly untoward.
I have some hang-ups about some of the things he's done and said.
Ah, a difference in perspective and personality. I understand.
Anyways, where can you find Ren for me?
I'll see if I can't locate him. He's not been at the hideout for the past 2 days.
Oh, that
Well.
sounds ominous.
Oh, he does this plenty. But you are correct. We should try to find him as soon as we can.
Yeah, especially since he might see Elena breaking that string as a backstab or the start of one, and I just don't want to leave that hanging in the air. And I could really use your help. I would like to ask Pluto for help too, but I feel like he still probably hasn't recovered yet.
He is glum, so to say, or perhaps some equivalent emotion. He seems, well, his actions are a bit lackluster, but he is doing things.
I feel like he's probably on the road to recovery.
It was progress. However, I assume you'll be going to visit your friend's house.
I want to trust Cray, but I don't think Cray has really ever trusted anyone other than Nim, ironically. I don't think he's trusted Nim enough to tell him anything about himself.
Well, I don't believe you've asked. Not directly, anyway.
I have most certainly asked.
Can confirm he has indeed asked directly.
Oh, well, perhaps again then.
Look,
Now
I
that the stakes are sufficiently elevated.
guess, but part of me was just wondering, is it even worth it? Because he doesn't seem to trust any of us enough to tell us literally anything about himself, so... Other than what is immediately needed.
I see.
Even things that might affect us, like, hey, my mom's a fucking Demir assassin, and possibly important in the Demir.
Oh, she is very high-ranking, actually.
Yes, I am aware of this. I don't know her exact rank, but the fact that she could just casually send Demir agents to test him suggests that she's pretty high ranking. Honestly, if he can't trust us, I'm not sure I want to trust him entirely either. So for now, let's just do what we can.
It's
Wait.
all we can be expected to do.
I know that we found out earlier that that Cray is from the Demir and we never confronted him about it. But why when you hear female Kenku do you automatically assume that is his mom?
What other potentially high ranking person do we possibly know in the Demir? Who also happens to be a Kenku.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I mean I mean there could be others, but Gram isn't much for believing in coincidences.
Fair enough. I can definitely see that.
Yep.
So, yep, just get in touch with me whenever you find Ren, and I'll head over to wherever he's at.
I'll begin sprying attempts, but as usual, he usually keeps himself concealed.
Does the ensemble have any way of getting in touch with him?
We do actually. We have what we were using before we started transitioning to these Martens.
What's that?
You may have seen Tanya use it before. It is a gear apparatus.
Ah, yes. I don't know. You think he'd reply if you contacted him over that?
I can't promise he won't.
I guess it's worth a try. At least show that let's try that before we start scrying, because I feel like him being scryed on out of nowhere might be might be a little bit of a problem, and I definitely know I'd feel not as trusted if that was going on.
Yes, quite. Well, good luck in your endeavors then.
Thanks.
And she will hang up.
Oh god. Okay. Graham is going to go to Cray.
You arrive at the Ray residence.
Your first name is K and your last name is Ray.
Sure.
I heard you say you arrive at the Ray residence. I'm like, wait, what? Isn't there supposed to be a K in front of that?
Yes, no, you heard correctly. That was the joke.
Anyways, Graham will knock, since I guess he doesn't have a key to this place.
He is very particular about that.
Yes. Again, just another thing that Graham's like, yeah, no, he doesn't trust any of us. Besides maybe Nim.
And Nim was training, right?
Actually, that's a good
Hello?
question. Does Graham see Nim training with Malt? So I assume Malt's in the
Actually, there
Selesnya.
is news about that.
I mean, I could imagine you seeing Mold, but because he's kind of hard to miss. But seeing Nim with Mold is a different question.
Actually, there is news in the Selesnya now that you mention it. That it seems that Malt is training someone exclusively, and has asked for some seclusion.
Ah, interesting.
Interessant.
However, along with that news is an Azorius moth that just seems to be hanging around. Malt doesn't seem to mind, but doesn't have any opinion of them.
Huh. Oh wait, an Azurius Okay, Graham would immediately know what that is. You're like, okay, I'll at least Nim's training. I'm proud of him. Because you can only assume it's mana training.
It's some kind of training.
So, Graham will knock on Cray's door.
I'm back. And how would Graham see Malt from Cree's house?
No, because Graham went to Selesnya and I
Yeah.
forgot
Oh,
to mention it.
okay.
And he went into like the higher ranked areas, so I was just wondering if Graham would have seen Malt and Nim together while he was there. Because if he was just like going to his home or something, I wouldn't think that Graham would have seen Nim and Malt training, but he specifically went into like an area that's kind of designated for specifically like higher ranked Selesnya.
Fair enough.
So it's not so like as massive as the Selesnya area is, it would be like significantly like more likely that Graham might just kind of bump into them.
Especially with how huge Malt is.
Yeah, and Malt is probably spending most of his time in said area.
He has nowhere else to go with his temple in ruins.
That is true. But anyways, Graham's knocking on Cray's door.
It'd take a moment that Cray would come down to answer the door. Ah, Graham. Are you alone?
Cray? Yes. Why?
You never really seem to come of your own volition.
I mean, do you really blame me? It's not like you really seem to trust us all that much.
Of course I don't.
Sure, Cray. They're all the time we've spent together. And the things we've done. Somehow everyone else is the one who can't be trusted. Yeah, okay, Cray. You know what? Maybe this was a bad idea.
I don't believe you understand. And he just gives a light smile. I don't trust anyone.
You say that like that's supposed to make any of it better.
Oh, I'm sorry if you're hurt by such a strange perception of the world.
Graham will just be like, you know what? Just never mind, Cray. This was a bad idea.
This was a terrible idea. What was I thinking?
All right. And Cray just starts to slowly close the door.
And Graham will leave.
Cray's going to
Oh
What?
boy.
Cray's going to watch Graham leave, and then he's going to pull up his mana.
What question do you speak to it?
Why did Graham come here?
He has learned disastrous information pertaining to your family.
What is it?
An old sin of your mother's is going to rise in the future.
He knows of my mother.
Indeed.
And he's going to walk upstairs to the orb. Dog.
Doggo.
Dog.
Yes, it seems that they caught ear of something.
I was about to say that maybe if there's just a dog on one of Crazy's neighbors, but then I remember that. But then I remember that Raylo bought like the entirety of the houses, specifically around the vicinity of Crazy's house.
You're saying that Raylel can't have pets? The man could The man could have like a pet in every single building in Ravnica and probably move fast enough to take care of them all every day.
You know, you know what? Fair enough. You're actually
Oh.
correct in that regard.
I don't think Raylo would keep yappy little dogs.
Oh no,
I don't think he would either, but that doesn't make it any less true that he could.
Oh no, absolutely.
I mean, there could probably be some. No, wait, no, that's not the instance of Fairview. That will be something for the other guild. I forgot his name.
Anyways, he's going to bring up the orb, call Mom.
Calling Mom.
Boop boop boop. Boop doop boop boop. Boop boop boop. Boop doop doop doop. Boop boop boop. Boop boop doop doop.
All right, your mother answers.
Hello.
Yes.
You know, you're getting in quite the habit of messing things up, and I don't really understand what's going.
What are you talking about?
One of my companions is aware of you and your position, and apparently something that you have done recently is putting me in direct danger.
Recently?
Apparently.
He's going to pause and think and even pull up a calendar, it seems like.
She pulls out her little black book. The entire the desk legs buckle an inch into the ground as she drops it on the table.
No, I don't believe I have anything scheduled for you lot anytime soon.
Is there anything tangentially related?
The Elemin until Friday. Nothing for the dog. No.
Wolf.
The Terracona is missing. So is that Jeff. Markov also missing. Bunny, too high strung. No, I don't see anything.
Wait, what'd she say about the bunny?
Too high strung.
Oh, okay.
What about the two-door?
Oh, that. I do have some news on that, actually. Yes, it seems that he has Orzhov patrons. Now confirmed that he is indeed a member of the Orzhov, acting under a very solid cover, but it's a cover.
Oh, good. How is taking him out going?
Is he a hindrance?
Incredibly so.
Oh, well then, we'll move that up.
Wait, who's two-door?
Lute.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Okay, so you haven't even attempted that yet.
No. He doesn't seem to have done anything except mildly inconvenience you.
Have you done something with the Seekers or the Ensemble recently?
Well, yes, actually, we've had a few skirmishes, but while we've had some victories, that there were some unfortunate losses also. It seems that some of the meeting places, curiously enough, found in the Boros more often than not, are redirecting people to a location in the Rakdos, unsurprisingly. However, finding the instigator there, we encountered a female with a rifle, and she was very perceptive, and we lost some people. Not without taking an equivalent number before making our way, but curiously enough, she seemed to, how to say, no matter what sort of disadvantageous position we placed her in, she seemed to rise to the challenge, and then some.
I see. Well, putting her aside, what kind of things would you have done that would have caused an attack that could have logically allowed deduction to connect that you, in fact, are related to me even remotely?
Well, apart from that time that your friends came over here, personally, with you, because I'd sent a few agents to prod at you while you were going under the knife, see what they could do.
Yes, but
Myself.
you weren't there personally. That wasn't you and I. We didn't say hello. We didn't say anything really.
Then no, I can't really imagine what I've done recently, or particularly ever. Some connection between you and me regarding something that I have done recently.
Something you have done that is going to be putting me in direct danger.
Oh. Gray, your man will speak up. Not you. Her.
Oh no,
Her-
never mind. It's putting
Her
you in
old
danger.
sins will be rising, and they will be taking full retribution.
Yes, no, your old sins specifically will be rising and taking retribution.
What?
That's what the mana tells me.
I see. How very quaint.
How very what?
How very quaint. I don't leave loose. And then she's going to pause. Piece of shit.
Did you forget a loose end?
Oh, it's hardly a new loose end. More akin to a noose.
It wouldn't happen to be that charming fellow in the ensemble, would it?
Charming is a very generous word. Fine. I might have had a hand in his condition. I disliked him. I disliked him a lot. Just seeing him made me furious.
Aren't you the ones who taught me not to have emotions?
Yes, but there is a special kind of grating that of someone so, how do I say,
Silent.
no, I can't even find the right words for how disgusted he made me. He could have been remarkable, only he'd shut his mouth.
Insufferable, I guess.
Nah, that is like 50% there, perhaps.
Well,
I
I truly don't care about the history you and this individual have together, though what I do know is that there is something that is coming for you. And for some odd reason, the very existence of this something coming has linked you to me. And that alone is compromising.
Fine, I guess I'll press his assassination forward also. It'll be a bit rushed, but if I send enough forces, no, even that bastard won't wriggle out of it. So that's 2 assassinations I'm pushing forward.
And you might need to mind wipe the bunny again. If you didn't do it the first time.
I'll see to it.
He gives a nod. Anything for me?
Well, actually, I did find a nice milk tea. It's very nice.
Oh.
Actually.
Well, I was more speaking work-related, but milk tea does sound quite nice right now.
As for work, curiously enough, that female with the gun told us to give you her regards. And a message.
What the fuck are you doing that everyone knows I'm Demir?
I don't know. And I hate it. And I didn't want to give you the message. But since you asked, she says the skeleton is regenerating. Whatever that means.
The fucking lich. We never attacked the lich. What skeleton?
The ensemble attacked the skeleton.
Yeah, the ensemble were taking shifts, literally beating him down so he didn't come hunt your ass down and murder you.
When was this a thing? I thought I was constantly just needing to watch the door with a shotgun. I thought he was after my ass. I didn't know they were constantly fighting the shit out of him.
They were. That's why
most of them were gone for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Maybe Cray himself.
Didn't we literally have like cuffs or some shit that we could just slap on him that would like actually kill his soul?
You still have them. You haven't done that yet, my friend.
Why don't I just give them to the ensemble? They can beat the shit out of him, apparently.
Because it took them weeks to basically subdue him.
This is like an off-screen raid battle.
Okay, well, shit. If he's subdued, then let's go do that.
Oh, he has been destroyed, and he is recovering, probably in another plane. Mary said, "Oh, he's recovering. Don't worry about it. He'll be back."
Noted.
Don't worry, he'll come and murder you.
Oh.
So, what? I didn't know that you were an associate of that. How much does she know? Enough to kill our agents and then send a message along with the survivors. What the fuck is what are these people?
Their knowledge is an unknown, but it's my understanding that they are from another plane entirely. If you're
not fall.
Well,
Terry
I suppose my
TF
mistake for
raided my
taking this
stream
so
with
lightly.
21 viewers.
Hello there, everybody! Hello, Seda. Hello, Anon. And hello, Terry! How was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid and sharing your community with me here. Would you like a regular shout out, or would you like a clip brought up, Terry? Hello there, Argax. Welcome on in, everybody. While I'm waiting for a reply from Terry, I am Raw Zim. We do all sorts of things here on the channel. Right now, we are doing Guild War, our Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons game. Check out our what?
No, I just said Guild Wars.
Yeah, I was about to say that. We do have a lot of other things that we do here, though. A lot of Dwarf Fortress recently, as well as Phasmophobia. We've done 2 Point Campus, Total War Warhammer 3 recently. And then, of course, we've got our tabletop games, which this is one of those. We also have Pathfinder, World of Darkness, both Werewolf and Mage. And we've got Exalted and a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon campaign that is starting very, very soon. But thank you so much for that raid and welcome on in. I hope your stream was good, Terry. You were drawing some art? You draw very good art. For everybody else that is already here, Terry is a fantastic artist. And for those coming in, make sure you hit that follow. For those already here, do share the love and go check out Terry's channel. There is actually a new command that's supposed to be active, though I think my stream manager isn't letting me do it. Let me try over here. No. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, it's not letting me do this stuff. But anyways, Terry, thank you so much for that raid and sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. I will... Let me try one more thing to try and get this to work. It's a new feature that Twitch literally just added, but they seem to have broken my stream manager for actually using it. This looks like... Okay, I guess it's not actually implemented yet. Dang. Oh, that was a waste of time. There's a new shout-out thing that Twitch is supposed to be building into the chat, which looks really neat. But anyways, I'm glad you had a good stream, Terry. I'll be in the chat here, but I will let you all get back to the game.
Lovely, lovely.
All right. So, completely forgot where the conversation was.
Your mother was very unhappy about this person and apparently seems to have severely underestimated them. And that's the
Right,
point that she didn't even want to send you a message.
and Cray was saying, they are interdimensional beings. I'm not certain if you are aware of or understand the concept of planeswalkers.
Oh, fuck. Fair enough. Yes, that would do it, wouldn't it?
You know, from
Indeed.
the sounds of it, she also doesn't know what the Seekers are actually trying to do. Maybe you should tell her what their plan is.
Is there anything else?
Oh, I suppose at one of the sites, it wasn't a very remarkable incident, but there was a tiger individual that was notably difficult to take out. Curiously enough, they seemed more angry that they were dying rather than afraid, which was strange. And then their entire body turned to ash.
That's not terribly surprising, some of the things I've seen. Anyways, I'm going to go and make some preparations.
Alright, so that is an assassination for Ren, loot Tudor, and a mind wipe for the rabbit. Understood.
Yes, and please Send competent individuals.
Of course.
He just hangs up. And then Gray's going to pick up his Marten phone.
Oh, who does Cray call?
Right. I'll
Gram.
bring that up.
Does Graham answer? You know what? He's a little pissed at Cray right now, so he's gonna send the Marten to voicemail.
Ahem, it is Thought-mail.
Okay, he's gonna send the call straight to Thoughtmail.
Gray does not give a thought, but calls again.
Graham is not going to answer. Cray had his chance.
Calls the third time.
Admittedly, he was perfectly honest with his feelings.
He was. But if Cray doesn't trust, Graham and like the long-standing party members, he sees absolutely no reason why he should trust Cray with literally anything.
Despite that, his mother is going to die, probably.
Not if Graham has anything to say about it. Not that he cares about Cray's mother. He will hang up again. He's just gonna keep hanging up on Cray.
Gray is going to call Elemin.
My food is done in the microwave. Could we wrap up all the constant bringing up the phone?
I don't know. I need someone to answer my call.
It takes a moment for Elemin to answer the call, but he eventually answers, and you can visibly hear Elemin's thoughts that he's very mentally tired. Hello.
Hello, Elemin.
You're late to wake up today, probably because last night was very tiring for you.
Yes. Hello there, Crave. It is rare to have a call from you. What's the matter?
Have you heard or seen from Graham? I'm trying to call him on his Marten phone, and he's not picking up.
No, I haven't. I just to be honest, I just got woken up by your call right now. I should have been awake like 2 hours ago. Oh dear.
Well, it may warrant investigation then. It's not like one of the party to not answer a call. At least not terribly often. There's some circumstances where I've understood in the past, but Graham was just outside my door earlier, and now that
And
I'm
he
trying
left
to contact...
visibly pissed off at you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Cray should know why he's not answering.
Graham was just outside. You're saying Graham was just outside, and now he's not answering your calls.
Yes, he stopped over to tell me something. I told him that I generally tend to have trust issues with every single individual, and then he decided to leave.
Oh, I see. I think I understand why he's not answering you in particular.
Why's that?
Well, it's not like I know how his mind works exactly, but I think he has been trying a heck of a lot to try and trust others himself. And hearing you say that you don't particularly trust anybody, or you have a hard time trusting people, trusting people. I think that may have just, what's the word, offended him, or at least made him upset.
I'm sorry that his choices and my choices are offensive. That being said, if any of us should call each other, we should pick up with Marten. After all, it could be dangerous. We are dealing with various circumstances that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I agree. I agree with that. Uh, I think Graham is one to hold grudges, unfortunately. So I just don't think he's going to be answering you right now. I could call him for you if you prefer.
If you could make sure that he's all right,
Okay.
just to confirm.
Okay. I can do that for you.
That'd be
By
much
the
appreciated.
Yeah. By the way, how are you yourself? I actually haven't seen you in a while.
I've been quite good. Sampling some teas recently. Just
No,
generally trying to keep a low profile. Meditating quite a bit.
no, that sounds wonderful. I wish I honestly I wish I could do that right about now. You can probably
You.
you can, oh,
Also, I received a call from that woman with the rifle, the one that's sort of helping us out.
Mary.
Yes. She has stated that the lich that the ensemble had temporarily defeated is regenerating.
Oh, that's uh wait, is that good or is that bad?
That's very bad. That's the one we stole the staff from.
Oh no. Did they know do we know of his location?
Uh, no.
Oh, that is very bad then. Once things once he regenerates, he's probably gonna come after us.
Very likely, yes. Which is why I felt it important to communicate that between all of us.
I see. Okay, then I'll be sure to give to give this to relay this information to Graham, since he doesn't want to tell him, he doesn't want to hear it from you yourself.
Excellent. How
Yep.
has your business been going? You sound tired.
I have been dealing with recruits that are, let's just say that let's just say there are, they're very close to being expelled from the guild, and it's being kind of a bit of a ride trying to correct course.
Do you require assistance with instruction, or are you going to take this as a challenge of your own to figure a way to teach them properly?
If I be honest, at this point, I would appreciate the help. I am actually in a bit of a stump
All
because
right.
as much as I would like to do this by my lonesome, I don't want these people to fail.
Hmm. I see. Why don't you stop by the house and I can make you some tea? It'll be relaxing. It'll allow you to think with a clear mind.
All right, I actually appreciate that. I will make sure to do so. All right,
All
I
right.
suppose I will see you
I'll let
later.
you. Yes, I'll let you call Graham, and then I shall see you when you arrive.
Hmm.
Hangs up.
Yeah, and Elemin is going to go ahead and before he calls Graf, he's going to like prepare himself for the day, like put on his get ready and put on his armor and stuff before he actually used the bar default to call Graham.
Well, as Nim is not here at the moment, I don't think.
Yeah.
Graham will answer said Marten phone.
Hey there, Graham.
I am here, but that works.
Oh. I honestly thought you were away. Fair enough.
But yes, Graham shall answer Marten phone.
Yay, Marten phone. Hey, Gram.
Yes.
What's the matter? You sound upset.
It's nothing, Elemin.
Hmm. Are you sure? You know that you know if there's something bothering you, you can tell me.
It's again, it's not something I'm gonna. It's nothing that's gonna be my concern anymore.
Hmm. Okay, fair enough. Well, the reason I was calling you is because I had a call. I had a call from Cray earlier. She seemed to have obtained some information regarding that leash we were well rather that you guys had fought before because I actually never met him.
Whatever Cray's problem with the lich is, it's not my concern.
I mean, the lich could come after any of us, not just Cray.
I have a feeling that the lich, which has a personal grudge against Cray, is most likely to target Cray first, if anything. If he comes after us after any of the rest of us, then I'll help. But
Well, I just wanted to. Cray just wanted to tell the others that the lich is apparently regenerating, but we don't know the location, so we can't do anything about it.
Good for the lich.
Just want,
I'll
just want.
pass that information on to the ensemble.
She just wanted us. She just wanted to give us a warning. All right then.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. He probably wants us to help him keep his ass safe, but, he doesn't really give a shit about us, so.
I mean, well, if that's how you feel, I can't really blame you for feeling that way.
Anyways, I gotta go stop two people from killing each other, otherwise we're gonna have a big mess on our hands.
Oh, what have you gotten yourself into this time?
It's just something I need to deal with. It's fine, Elemin.
All right then. Good luck, I suppose.
Take care of yourself, Elemin, and Graham shall hang up.
Once Graham hands on the phone, Elemin is gonna put his hands together and say to himself, "This isn't good. It seems it seems we're not really trusting each other in the party here. We never had the best of relationships, but I think things have gotten worse. There's if only I could do something about it, but I am."
Is Elemin saying this with Cordad right there?
I was going to say, Cordon's going to interrupt and go, "Do you
Yeah.
always talk to yourself in the morning?"
No.
Cordon's just been sitting in the corner.
No, he's just pondering. He's just pondering out loud. He probably forgot the Corridon was in the closet. He's, he's still not.
Then Cordon pipes up and says, "Do you always talk to yourself in the morning?"
No, that is not something I usually do. I'm sorry. I actually forgot that you were there for a moment. My mind is tired. Either way,
Did you not get the required sleep?
Oh, I did get a required sleep, but I am still exhausted from our little ordeal yesterday. I'm sure you can probably understand why that is.
Just interns being interns. You get used to it after a while.
Have you dealt with unruly inters before?
Yes.
Hmm.
They usually either learn quickly or don't last very long in the workshop.
Ah. But sounds like whatever your situation is over there in your world is very cutthroat. I suppose it's not much different over here.
Not so much cutthroat as hazardous.
Fair. I suppose it's not much different over here. If I be honest, those two rats would have been gone by now if I hadn't personally asked them to let me train them. I suppose I haven't done a good job about at it thus far. That is my fault.
There is more on a leader's plate than simply training a few unruly interns.
Yeah, you're not wrong in that regard. Still, though, you were hearing me earlier, though, right? It seems
Yes.
it seems there being another wage um in our party, emotionally speaking. Like Gram is one to hold grudges, but right now he legitimately seems to not want to speak with Cray anymore, and that's concerning since he is her companion.
Cordan just looks completely dumbfounded at the situation. Like the idea of non-cooperation between a team is completely alien to him.
Do you not understand what I'm saying?
How is your society functioning like this? Communication
It's not
is
a
key.
society issue, is how it is.
Well, it's not really. Well, when it comes to our society as a whole, the guilds are as likely to help each other as they are to fight amongst themselves. It only depends on the situation at hand. When it comes to just us as a party, we just have a lot of different personas around him. We clash a lot. Not to mention some of us are some of our companions are arguably crazy. But that's another situation entirely.
Crazy. Ah yes, eccentric.
Yes, that's another word for it.
Guilds, I understand, having rivalries between two factions. But within a party?
You know, despite our grievances with each other, well, mostly the grievances with the others, I don't really hold a grudge against any of them, even if some of them exasperate me. But despite that, we do fight very well together. But outside of that, we tend to clash a lot, unfortunately. We're honestly kind of we're kind of a ragtag group, if I be honest. We just met in a random mission, and we just sort of began working together after we found out about our conspiracy trying to destroy our world. Just the things just happen to fall into puzzle pieces like that.
I see. Cordan just sort of goes quiet as he's fitting things together in his head.
Yeah. I can imagine it's a lot to take in.
It is a angle I had not considered before.
Well, you're new here. I've been with these guys from the beginning of this thing. I suppose you just haven't really learned much about us. You must have been studying the city itself.
One must learn to accept and adapt after all.
Mm-hmm.
And an entire city is significantly larger and more diverse than I'm used to.
Probably,
No,
especially like a world-spanning city.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
because
that's it.
city is just the Ravnica term for the entire world, because the entire world is the city. That's just how the locals here is referred to the world.
Cordan actually looks more comforted by that idea. World spanning, that makes more sense.
Are you all right?
I am quite all right, thank you.
Well, now that I'm ready, I was actually about to head towards Trey's house because he invited me to have a cup of tea with him. Would you like to join me by any chance?
If you believe that would be acceptable with Gray.
Hmm. I could call him right beforehand to see if he wouldn't mind.
All right then.
I certainly wouldn't want a repeat of what happened with Cyrus. That's for sure.
The
Ele-
owl.
yes. Yeah, that entire situation where he got kidnapped. And
And you brought him back quite bedraggled and upset,
yes.
and had me stand still.
I am still sorry about that. I didn't knew you would take the command quite so literally.
Hmm. Well, you haven't done it since, so I cannot fault you for that.
I appreciate that. Well then, Elemin is gonna go ahead and call Crate to ask if it's okay if Gordon comes with him.
He's going to pick up the phone. Hello.
Hey there, Cray. I just wanted to ask you before I come and visit you if it's okay for Gordon to come with, since right now I'm kind of like his guardian at the moment.
You're his. Sorry, you're his what?
Guardian.
Oh, guardian. I heard
Yeah.
cardigan, and I was like, what?
Guardian?
Why are
what
you?
would that?
Well,
Why are
apparently
you his?
Elemin has killed and skinned Coronan and is now wearing him.
No. He was saying Cray thought that Elemin had become Coridan's cardigan.
Either way, wha- why are you his guardian?
Because he's another person outside of our world that has seemed to have come into our world and I can't just let him just go wherever he pleases, or at least not in that way. He seems to be fine right now, but he's a person. He's a person that's new to our world. I can't just leave him. I can't just leave him like just running about.
I see. Interesting. That
You
has
can't
you.
leave him running around blind in a city he has no information about.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
I had wondered where he went. I said that he could have one of my spare rooms, and of course he seemed eager to use my library. Anyways, it's more than you may certainly bring him along. Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Very well then. Thank you. All right, Elemin is gonna hang up and say yes. We can go together.
Marvelous. He sort of stands up and stretches briefly to his full height before just settling down again to a more relaxed hunch.
His relaxed, the relaxed hunch, kind of actually made Elemin think of something that happened yesterday. He's going to go ahead and ask about that. You know, by the way, there is something in my mind that I didn't want to ask yesterday because we were in the middle of something, but now that we're kind of relaxed, how do you do that with your body?
What do you mean?
You know the way that you hunch over to where you were crawling permanently.
Quite easily.
Quite easily. I mean, that's not something I'm capable of, so that's why I'm asking.
Ah, I see. I have a great many more joints than you do.
I see.
As you may imagine, it causes some distress among those around me. So I take on this form, and it's just easier for everyone and far more efficient.
That is fair. Understandable. Well then, Craig actually said that you can come with, so we can go ahead and do that now.
Marvelous. Ilkoran looks a little bit excited at the thought of going back to the library.
All right. Well, Elemin and Corey went ahead and go towards Craig's.
Everything's going so well. Hooray.
Hee hee, ha ha, ho ho.
It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy was just ensured.
Not if Gram has anything to say about it. He'll die and kill Cray's mom himself if he has to.
Oh
What?
no.
I don't think that's the objective here, but fair.
Although I can guarantee you that whenever the Demir try to mind wipe Gram, if they don't succeed, he is almost certainly going to come after Cray.
Oh no.
I also am not sure how effective it'll be because he told Eileen and she's gonna check on him later and remind him.
We shall see how it goes.
I'm more concerned about the assassination mission against me. This
Yep.
hamlet shall not fall.
Ooh,
Gray, after all,
Scratch
does
traded my
not
stream
care
with
for you,
14
apparently,
viewers.
to an extreme degree. Anyway, hello, new viewers.
Scratched! Hello there! Thank you very much for that raid. How are you? Would you like a regular shout out or would you like a random clip from your channel brought up? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your tummy. All right, Rob, would you mind bringing that up? Thank you.
4 hours on the path of pain. We just finished it. You're in time for the cutscene, though. 4 hours of work. 4 hours of work, and we're gonna get our 2-second cutscene. Shadow, hello. We did. We finally beat Path of Pain. Yeah, I've been catching Pokemon in your chat while streaming. Oh. Have you beat Path of Pain yet? Oh.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We do variety gaming here. All sorts of things, such as, well, right now we are doing Guild Tales, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, right. There is an ad break. That timing. Well, I will be in the chat instead, so carry on, everybody. You guys gonna carry on?
Ah, yes. Elemin
Hope
is
so.
on his way to Craze with Cordon, yes?
yep.
Yes,
All right.
correct.
Then, by all means, proceed, as nothing will get in your way. You're just fine.
Gotcha.
Hmm. It's always concerning when the DM does that.
Yes.
Well, eventually, presumably, you would, you know?
Yeah. Elemin would just eventually arrive at Gray's house.
Yeah, with Cardan scuttling along behind.
Mm-hmm.
And Gray would answer the door.
What is Cordan again?
Yes.
Yes is not an answer as to what he is, unless he literally just polymorphs into whatever the fuck he wants.
Let's just say unknown. We just know him. We just know him as a cloak figure right now.
Okay.
I don't know. Elemin's seen some of Cordan.
I mean, Elemin has seen some of Cordan, but he doesn't have any knowledge of putting two and two together, so he doesn't know.
Well, I figured that sort of questioning would crop up when we eventually get all of us new lot in front of the special paper cutter opener knife thingy of truth
Yeah.
to see if we're trustworthy.
Mm-hmm. Well, Elemin is gonna wave. Greetings, Gray. Hope you're doing well.
Gray just gives a smile and a nod. He opens the door and like gestures you in. Welcome. Come in.
Mm-hmm. Elemin comes inside with a Cordan in tow.
Yep. Thank you for your invitation.
Yeah. Okay. At the moment Elemin enters the house, he's going to notice something missing. He's going to immediately ask, Gray, where is him?
Pardon?
Where is Nim? I actually haven't heard from him for a while, and he's not here. He's usually in your house.
That's a good question, honestly.
You don't know yourself.
I don't keep tabs on everyone.
I
Not
thought you.
not not unless I feel as though it may be urgent or important.
No, that's fair enough. I just thought that since Nim literally lives with you, you might know. Still, though, fair enough.
He could be at work. He does have that job of his he is fond of.
True. Well, hopefully he's not in any trouble. I may give him a call. I may give him a call later just to be sure.
Nim's Marten is going to pop its head out of one of the cabinets in the kitchen. Actually, he asked me to stay here.
Oh, so we have no way of contacting him now or locating. You know, that is actually pretty bad considering how easily Nim gets lost in the city.
Indeed. There's nothing for it right this moment. I suppose we could drop everything and go looking for him.
I was looking forward to that tea, but honestly, I would actually rather look for him if we could.
Indeed.
But where would he?
Why don't we check in with the ensemble? They may have some way of locating him.
Oh god, if only Gram knew what what Cray set into motion.
All right.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
All right then. Let us proceed then. Actually, wait though. Corridan has Corridan been to the base? I can't remember if he has.
I have been to your home, I have been here, I have been to the court, and I have been to Sirius's shop.
You haven't been to the ensemble base, and I can't just let you waltz in because it's supposed to be not something that everybody goes. I might have to give one of them a call for if you're going to come with us.
If it is acceptable, I would like to come. If not, and he turns to Cray and says, "May I still peruse your library?"
Oh, of course. Do you want to stay here while we go searching?
If I can be of assistance, I would rather help. But if not, I will remain here.
I can give Tanya a call to see if it's okay if it's okay for him to come with us. If not, I guess he could stay at Gray's house if you actually don't mind. I'm actually kind of surprised to hear you offer that.
He has a library of knowledge.
And I have offered him to live here for the time being. I understand his situation has left him, well, without accommodations.
Fair enough. All right then. Elemin gonna go ahead and call Tanya.
Waiting for that ring. There we go. Whoop. Oi, what up?
Hey there, Tanya. Me and Cray were thinking of coming to your base, but we have somebody with us that hasn't been there before, and I wanted to ask if it's okay for him to come.
Oh. New friend?
Not the owl, that cloaked figure that appeared when Markov disappeared.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yes.
All right, we'll get a chaos ready for him.
Okay then. Thank you.
Not a problem. See you when you get here, then.
Mm-hmm. All right. They said that they said that it is okay for you to come, although they probably put a gears on you when you arrive yourself. Do you know what that is?
I am not familiar. I know it is a form of magic, but other than that, no.
It is I'm not an expert in them, but as far as I know, they're a bit of a magical contract where the person binded to that is unable to disobey the order given. But the order given would just be something along the lines of not being able to tell others about the location of their base. It's simply for security reasons.
Cordan seems a bit tense at that, but is very much. So it would only be to restrict my giving away their position.
Correct. Like I understand if you wouldn't be okay with that. You can stay here if you prefer not to happen. I'm just telling you beforehand.
It is understandable to wish to protect one's nest. I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I shall agree to those terms.
All right then. Okay then. I suppose Elemin, Cray, and Cordan head to the ensemble base.
Let me roll something.
Oh no.
Dun dun dun.
Ooh. On the way there, you see a group of men standing outside of a house chanting freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. Do you continue riding, or do you ask the bus or do you ask the wagon to stop?
Wait, this is going on where?
This is in the center.
And it's just what?
It's something you notice as the bus is taking you or the wagon is taking you to the Golgari district.
And this, where is he outside of?
Currently, you are in the center.
But like, is he? So he's just going around the streets yelling "freedom, freedom,
No.
freedom."
There is a large group of men standing outside of a house that you are passing by, chanting freedom. And judging from their disposition, they look ready to storm it.
None of my business. I'm already dealing with trying to find Nim. I don't care about whatever the hell this is.
Elemin is going to look. Elemin is going to look. What the heck is going on over there?
Oh, it looks like a riot.
A riot for what? What could they be rioting about here in the center?
Freedom, perhaps.
Freedom, but what context? Those people look like they're getting ready to storm that house.
Inside your jurisdiction.
I mean, it is in my jurisdiction, but I am still Boros.
You're also a paladin.
Yes.
So depending on your vows, it might be really bad to ignore this.
Yeah. Elemin can't really ignore this. I am sorry, guys. I need to check. I need to check out whatever this is. I can't just ignore something when it happens in front of me. If you guys don't want to come, you can go ahead and keep going. But I'm gonna ask for the bus to stop.
You can if it's not your jurisdiction. Just saying.
Wait, I have a question real quick. I forget. We found... Wasn't Kray's dad in the Orzhov?
Out of character, yes.
Because I could have sworn Kray told us whenever we met him that he was his dad. Because Graham was like, "Wait, what?"
I feel like it came up. I think that's correct. I think it was like basically said in passing. Like he didn't go too into it, but he was like, "Oh yeah, that's my dad." Or
Then
no,
yes.
I don't actually think he said it was his dad, but like the two obviously knew each other. The two were both crows. Like they seemed familiar with each other.
All right.
But I don't know if he actually ever said anything about any sort of relationship. He just said, "Oh, I work with the Orzhov all the time." I'm pretty sure that's how he tried to brush it off like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we'll learn that it's strictly that was his father, even if it was obvious.
I think Graham might go looking for Ren around Kray's dad. Just the sus of just Kray's being around this person.
You can say suspicion. You don't need to say sus.
No, this is sus because as far as Graham might be concerned, he might as well just be like an Among Us with just hiding the dagger behind his back. I'm not the bad guy. Look over there.
Amogus.
But yeah, and Graham is worried about Ren and Kray's mom getting into it, so he's gonna try to at least locate Ren.
Yeah, and
All right.
yeah, and Elemin would ask the carriage to stop for him to be able to see what the heck is going on at that riot.
All right. The wagon stops and you march over to intervene.
Elemin is going to explain to the chanting people what's going on over here.
They all round on you, ready to jump in a moment, but see that you are a Boros and pause intelligently.
Elemin immediately takes out his spear. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Before one of them explains.
Well, okay. You don't want us to pause? Kill him! I mean, he did say they paused.
They began aiming to attack him at first. That's what I meant.
I know what you meant, but I'm just saying you told them not to do it after they stopped, so
yeah,
I think it was implied that that the attack, like they clearly paused to decide if they should continue attacking or not. And he's like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to continue the attack.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about their actions after the pause.
Yes.
I know. I'm just poking fun. Carry on.
I'm ruining your fun by interjecting logic.
Yeah? Well, I'm gonna interject, where are you? There you are. The well! Why did I not know? There.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, so what happens next?
He drowns.
He threw him in the well.
Yeah, it's really not
Well,
good for rabbits to wind up in water like that.
I mean,
pay
rabbits
for
can
his
swim.
medical bills.
I mean, rabbits can swim. They even their ears even go into swim mode when they do so.
It's still
At
not
least
good
it's-
for them to get wet.
Yeah.
True.
At least it's not chlorinated.
Well, they explain that the landlord of their apartment complex has just sold the entire complex to an Is-It experiment. And they're furious, and they're going to take it up with the man inside. And it seems the landlord is still in the building. And he can't leave because they won't let him until he turns this shit around.
Elemin tilts his head. Wait, what? Did the guy literally kicked all of you guys just to sell, just to use this building for a civic experiment?
Is it experiment?
Is it experiment?
No. Their leases are
Yes, it
still
is an
ongoing.
experiment.
I think what they're saying is that he included them in the package.
Elemin narrowed his eyes. What? That's not something that he can do. Literally he can't just, you guys have been renting this place, correct? He can't do that to you guys.
No,
Depends
he
on what's in
can't.
their contract.
Oh, is it in their contracts?
You, They don't know. You don't know, but depending on which guild this man is from, if it's an Orzhov, it very well could be included in their lease agreements that he has the right to basically like sell tenants to be experimented on.
Elemir rubs his chin. That is true. That is something that he would consider.
We're not gonna stand for this shit. And either he's going to undo this, or he's going to face our fists.
If you're not gonna stand, then just sit down. Easy solution.
Okay.
Oh no.
Elemin is going to. Okay, people, give me a moment. I actually know somebody that could actually help with this. Just give me a moment. I need to send a call. Elemin is gonna go out. Is gonna go, like, he's going to close his eyes, and he's going to basically call the Marten. He's going to call Cray.
Cray picks up.
Who is on the bus, mind you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Cray, who is like 5 feet away.
Yeah.
Cray picks up.
Cray, I need.
Hello.
Cray, I need your legal expertise here, if you don't mind. If you don't mind me borrowing it.
Certainly, Cray looking out the window.
Elemin waves.
What's going on out there?
Apparently, I am. From the half of the story that these people have been telling me, apparently, they have been sold. Their house and their lease have been sold as an illicit to an illicit experiment, and them along with it.
They sign a legally binding contract or something?
Elemin is going to ask them that. Did you people sign a contract signing this kind of thing away?
You mean the lease that was also sold?
Yes. Was that what was you guys' freedom in the lease? Elemin is going to ask half-hearted.
No, it can't have been.
This is a problem because if it is, there is nothing I could do.
You can't just sell people. This isn't a center.
We don't. Well, this is something that we're not even aware of because we have not seen this document.
They should have read the fine print.
Yeah. Well, this is something we're not even aware of because I haven't seen the document myself. I'm asking my friend Craig here to come here and help me because he knows more about this stuff than I do. Could I have your help, Craig, please?
Sure. Gray moves his step off the bus.
Okay. You're saying the landlord is inside there, correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Elemin is going to knock on the door.
There is no response. Probably because he is far from the door because they've been beating on it.
Elemin is going to begin knocking on the door louder. He's going.
I don't think he's gonna answer the door, man, without you like yelling something.
Yeah, I was about to say he's going to shout out, but the Boris is here. Could you please answer the door?
A window from the third story opens up. What is it?
Hello there. I am Elemin, a representative from the Boros. I saw a riot beginning to commence, and I came to investigate. What seems to be the problem here?
Oh my god. I'll be right down, sir. Just... Can you promise me I will be safe? Can you?
Of course you will. As long as I'm here.
Loads shotgun with intent.
I mean... Would it really be so wrong? It feels so correct. Anyway.
Okay, so Elemin is waiting for him to show up alongside Cray.
Eventually the front door does open. And he is standing before you looking still concerned at the crowd, but he is present.
Oh, sir. I'm with the Azurius.
And I'm
Shows his
from
badge.
Good
and
to
I'm
see
from the
you.
and I'm from the Boros.
We have some questions regarding your recent leasing agreements.
Proceed.
Craig begins to step inside.
Elemin comes right after. And they close the door behind.
So it's our understanding your recent leasing agreements have your tenants being volunteered as testing subjects to the ISIT?
That would be correct.
And did you have these agreements ratified by a member of the Azurius?
Of course, in exchange for cheap rent, they are subject to participate in experiments that will be in and around the territory should they be prompted to do so.
People outside
In-
sorry, Elemin was just going to. The people outside don't seem to be aware of this fact.
Well, it's been a while and they're new clients. I suppose this is their first time. Granted, I was offered a certain deal, so to say. They wish to purchase my entire establishment for a nice sum, and I am not in the mind to refuse it. And since there's nothing that violates the agreement, I went ahead with it.
So you are simply transferring lease ownership?
Yes. They'll still participate in experiments as prompted. It is still within the subject category.
Well,
So, I
unfortunately,
don't believe there's anything wrong here.
if you're transferring leadership, then the lease agreements are going to need to be re-ratified, as they are now between two new individual owners. After all, you're not a corporate entity, clearly. So there shouldn't be much issue here.
Great, they can take it up with the new owners then. I wash my hands of this affair and would like to leave peacefully. Without being pummeled to death.
I can't promise that we can get you out here without problem, but you do have to understand the people outside didn't seem to be aware that they were basically being subject to experiments when they signed themselves up.
They didn't read it very carefully.
I want to bet this man's an Orzhov.
They just looked at the low rent and said, "Sign me up."
It's almost like a trap.
They weren't
stupid people.
They weren't deceived, were they?
I presented the contract. They skimmed it. It's not my fault.
Unfortunately, you'll be correct in that regard. But well, if they are going to have to ratify that contract with the new owner, they should be able to actually get themselves out of such a situation.
Indeed. This transfer of sorts is actually going to be beneficial for people, especially those who haven't read.
Indeed. Well, do you think you'll be able to explain that to them?
Indeed.
Okay, then. Don't worry, I'll be there to make sure that they don't jump on you. I know you can defend yourself, but still, they are rather rowdy.
Oof.
Okay, then. Elemin is going to step outside with Crane toes so that we can explain the situation.
The mob is awaiting patiently for justice.
I assume you are all leasers of this landlord?
That would be correct. Our possessions are still inside the building.
I should state that the contracts that have been presented do seem to be legally binding, and that assuming that both parties had actually read and engaged with their contracts, that this individual agreement that you've each and individually made seems to be entirely legal, as well as binding. However, to your benefit, given that his new intention is to sell your leases, this is going to require that all of your lease agreements are going to need an update and a ratification. Meaning that for those of you who do not want to renew your leases, it is going to be a much earlier position in which you can choose to step away. So for those of you who are not so agreeable to such a living situation, I would say make preparations to move. For those of you who
So
are
we
willing
have to move because he made a deal?
assuming you don't want to maintain your original arrangement, which you agreed to, which does involve testing.
We don't want to be test subjects for a crazy scientist.
Then why did you agree to it?
Didn't think we were. This is the center, not the is-it territory.
You said didn't think, and there's the problem. You live in a city where the Orsov exist, and you were given a contract in which you did not think about it. Not everyone here is a member of the Azorius and is so generous with their contracts. There should be a lesson to everyone to read things before you sign them. This is a legally binding contract that you have signed. You have agreed to everything within it, whether you are knowing of it or not. The fact that he is selling is giving you a chance to step out of it. Those are your current options, either to continue with this lease and to risk whatever things may happen to you under the ISIT for your cheap rent, or to step away from this agreement, which you so clearly seem distraught by, and to find something else. Those are truthfully your options, legally speaking. And of course, if you try to do anything illegal, the Azorius and the Boros will have something to say about it. And many things to do about it.
Elemin noticed said, unfortunately so.
I highly recommend you all consider your positions and how much effort and struggle this is going to be worth.
Listen, I do not like your situation as much as the next, but this is how it goes when it comes to contracts. I can't personally do anything about it as much as I would like. I understand you some of you just weren't aware of the situation, but unfortunately, it's something that you cannot afford to do.
They're certainly gnashing their teeth, but there's not much they can do about it.
I would, however, highly recommend, as it is legally binding, you should all be aware of and have access to a copy of your agreement, as that is a legal stipulation. As such agreements often also have other ways of getting out of them, should certain stipulations arise. After all, violating a contract is not explicitly illegal. Some things simply nullify the contract. Other things, well, there may be penalties for. But there are other legal ways of potentially disputing your contracts. Perhaps doing some reading this time around may be enlightening.
Fair, I doubt these people understand legal jargon.
And if you cannot understand, if your contract is hard to understand, it is possible for you to hire and is the Orsov that deal with contract, right?
Yes.
Or the or is it the Azorius?
It's the Azurius. that deal
Azurius
with
and
contracts.
Azurius and or Orsov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But the Azurius are probably going to be far kinder to you than the Orsov.
yeah, it's the Azure that I want to recommend, not the Orsov. If if the contract is something that you find difficult to understand, it'd be wise to maybe hire somebody from the Azurius to help you in this regard.
I wish Graham was there because then he'd also recommend that if they also would like, they could hire someone from the Azurius to kind of like as a group to deal with the possible lease agreements.
Let's be honest, they're probably not going to get what they want, though.
Probably not. But I think at this point, they're really mostly looking for not being experimented on.
Yes.
At this point, their options are take the best worst option.
Yeah. Either that or riot, and if they riot, both me and Craig will be obligated to stop them, or at the very least me. Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
So, begrudgingly, you have stopped the riot. However, they are grumbling and trying to figure out what they could potentially realistically ask for, or at least try to demand. Because unless they maintain former conditions, it's likely they're not going to be able to keep their cheap rent.
Sadly, no. They should have thought about why the rent was cheap.
Hopefully, if they do, hopefully they will hire an Azurius, and the Azurius person might be able to negotiate at least some better rent. Maybe not as low as it was before, but not like trap low. Because let's face it, it was probably a well-designed trap of a contract.
Yes. I have no doubt in my mind that's how it was.
Hey, at least they're being sold to the Izzet, not the Simic.
I'm not actually sure that's any better. Both can be equally as bad.
Not wrong.
I mean, it's your choice between body modification and explosions.
Do you want your sink to breathe fire at you? Or do you want your sink to be a mimic? Or do you
Let's face it. I don't think they'd be. I don't think those kinds of experiments would probably be allowed on these people. But they definitely have weird things going on in this building.
Yes. Well, I guess our job here is done. The only
Like
thing
the Simic might be like, you know what? Maybe we can make the toilet a living thing. Let's make it a mimic. Then we won't have to worry about plumbing in the building. Sounds great. Let's do
a toilet mimic sounds both genius and terrifying.
It sounds like it would be a weird thing to deal with.
Yes.
On many levels.
It'd be certainly unique, let's say that much.
Yes.
And the Izzet would probably invent some kind of microwave, but the chance of it exploding would be high.
That's the donation goal.
It is.
Exploding microwave?
No.
Well, just rebrand it.
No.
If it microwaves food, brilliant. If it doesn't microwave food, great. Improvised explosive. Problem solved. Rebrand it to
Anyways.
something else.
So, Dusty, does Gram locate Ren or any signs of Ren?
Well, you are on the trail of something because I imagine you've been keeping your mana sense very high.
Yes.
And you've chosen to go to the Orzhov district, yes?
Yes.
Well, lucky you, you do see a red string.
Well,
and I assume you're going to start following it.
Oh, hell yes.
And obviously it leaves the primary street.
So what do I find?
Well, for starters, there's suddenly a very suspicious lack of anything.
Well then, time to burst out another mana sense. Another 19. And I dropped another 4 again. I got the literal exact same 2 dice roll.
Alright.
And since Graham kind of knows what Ren does, he'll just be like, Ren, you here?
Let me just share the map.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no, there's a map.
Oh,
I'm the map. The map and the map. The map.
Oh no.
As two people step out from around the corners and ask, "Hello, you must be Ram Ashfell."
Graham's eyes will narrow. And who, might I ask, sent you?
Unfortunately, we have no obligation to inform you of those details. Not that it'll matter anytime soon.
I guess I don't have to let you live. And Graham's going to very quickly start doing his things in preparation.
Now, you did spot them. Unfortunately, they're not alone.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh well.
me. No. It's
As a scythe is placed against your shoulder. Come on, kid. We're not here to hurt you. Let's just make this easy, alright?
I don't know what... You obviously know my name. You should know I don't do anything the easy way. Let's see, what can Graham do?
As the others reveal themselves.
Gonna turn up noise suppression for this one.
Graham will immediately cast Spirit Guardians.
Fair enough.
Let's see how they enjoy trying to stay near me.
How fast is that cast again? Because he is ready to dig in.
Well, if I have to, I will mana dodge out of the way of him trying to cut my head off.
That will work.
Isn't that like uses all of your mana thing?
No, it uses like 3 though. Or it uses more than 1 for 1 basically bonus action. Well, 1 free action to just dodge, period.
Let's see, I just want to just double check and read this. Do-do-do-do. Alrighty, right. So it is a 15-foot radius. Let's see. I need pointer just so I can see who gets all caught up in this. 15. They all do except for that guy. I'm guessing these guys also bear a painful resemblance to Damir.
They look very much like that one man you know named Merrick, who paid a visit before. However,
Yeah.
from that you can tell that these guys are pretty high level, actually. Or at least up that ladder.
Well, Gram isn't about to let anyone ambush him and do anything to him, so fight he will. Although now he is positive that that Cray has sent these people after him. He feels it's a little bit too much of a coincidence for them to show up right after he's talked to Cray. Alright, so who all failed? Actually, I guess it doesn't matter because then they only take half damage if they succeeded. Right, so I shall roll.
Don't worry. Be it the luck of the gods or something else, they all failed.
Oh, jeez.
I'm very impressed because their modifiers are really good.
Oh, damn.
I got a pretty good wisdom modifier myself, so...
Yeah, they're like getting a +7 to the save.
Wow, they fucked up real bad then.
Yes, they did.
All they had to do was...
Also, this is probably after you dodged, though, isn't it? So, where would you be post-dodging?
Actually... If Graham's gonna dodge...
I believe the burst does push you some 10 feet in a direction.
Yes, but I think Graham has a better... Considering he can tell that they're high level. He will dodge burst. Because I think it's only 5 feet. He'll dodge burst here, and then turn invisible.
Interesting.
I'm assuming that they don't have true sight.
Probably not, because they're the ones that hide, normally.
Yes. You can remove the Spirit Guardian thing from me.
Alright.
So I'm casting a different spell. Because Gram might be reckless, but he's not that foolish. See, invisibility is a level 2 spell.
For the record, we do have 2 community rerolls at this point.
Oh boy.
And I used up 3 hit dice. My hit dice.
We'll just mark that separately. Invisibility.
Yep. So Graham just basically pulls a he cuts basically like the little after image of Graham. And I am now invisible for 1 hour. And Graham will, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20.
I'll reveal more of the map now that you're going in that direction.
So is
Really
this
the only
where,
direction you can go.
So is this where Nim gets visions from the mana of Gram in trouble? And he goes to leave Malt's trading, and he's told that he cannot return, that he can't go, that he shouldn't go, but he goes anyways.
Fortunately, you are only linked to silver senses.
And when Nim returns to Malt later, Malt just disappears, and his shell falls to the ground and crushes half the city.
Wow, his shell grew.
He becomes one with the mana.
Anyways, that's what Graham's gonna do because he is horribly outnumbered at the moment.
Is that Castlevania music?
I have no idea. It's music I got from somebody that seems to be stream safe.
It did that first few notes reminded me of Castlevania.
Alright, so that's my turn. As I yeet myself from the visible spectrum and bolt.
Yep. They're going to start rolling perception checks. So I will ask you to roll stealth with a +10.
That should help because I have disadvantage on stealth rolls.
Yes.
Oh,
I have a card ready.
Oh.
Wait.
No, you rolled very well.
Oh, wait, that wasn't at disadvantage, though. I wonder why.
Oops.
I'll roll another one. I don't know why it didn't roll with disadvantage. It's supposed to do that automatically.
Yep.
Oh,
You're
wait.
wrong.
I know what happened there.
What's up?
I had the half plate. I didn't have the half plate set to equipped at the moment. Because remember whenever we were at the Azorius court thing?
Yeah.
That's why. But anyways, I still rolled really well.
You did. And try as they might, they're not going to be able to spot you anytime soon.
Damn! Is Graham actually going to get away with this? That is impressive.
That depends.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to roll a percentage dice. And he's either going to run into something he likes or something he doesn't. Because he's in the Orzhov territory.
Fair.
High or low?
High. It's always gotta be high.
Hey, sometimes when you pick low, you're delightfully surprised.
Yeah, about that. Graham? The sky turns black.
Uh-oh.
And when I mean black, not dark. This isn't the night sky. All light is gone now.
Can I tell what's causing it?
Yes, this does seem to be magically induced darkness.
Well, I can see through magically induced darkness, so...
Yes, but you know that all light is gone.
Can I tell the source of where that happened?
That's in front of you, actually.
Alright.
Rhonda
As a
scores
very
him has killed the
familiar
Marten.
face steps. Oh no. A very familiar face steps out from around the corner with a cross on their head and white fur as snow-like as yours.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Ah, the prodigal son returns.
Oh god!
Still
Oh,
doing
so now
well,
I
as
can
always.
play this card?
As you please.
Oh no, I'm spotted. Doop 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 doop. Human is here. Do you has egg?
Oh god.
Doop.
Oh god, that's right. He has true sight. Fuck!
He does. He spotted people who are in mana stealth.
Oh god. Cram will be like, yep, but I'm in a hurry. I'm just gonna keep running.
He's going to hold out a hand and say, now. No sudden moves. The family is here.
Uh-oh. Oh god. Graham doesn't like this. Graham is gonna freeze at those words.
Head down. Ears folded. We don't like trespassers, you see. Before stepping past you, and let's put them on the map, shall we?
Oh god, this is gonna be bad.
Very
And
bad.
Graham feels actually after the talk with the snowfall a little obligated to help them. Graham will just be like, I hope you know that I'm going to save the family from this bullshit that it's been going through one way or another.
Save? Why, I can't imagine what you're talking about.
I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. Graham will, I guess now that this is going to be a thing, he'll draw his sword because he's no longer outnumbered.
You know, I wonder what would have been the outcome that that Graham would have liked to see.
Who can say, really?
You know, I feel like this is the perfect soundtrack for this situation.
This is a good choice of music.
Graham will also add in the barb of asking his dad, so who's your snowfall?
That's... Well, we can get on that later. Unless you really want to know.
Later.
So glad that you got them. I was very worried, you see.
Graham will just glare invisibly at his dad because he knows his dad can see it.
He can. Oh, can he?
Actually, you know what? Graham's gonna actually, instead of turning to fight, he's gonna ask his dad if he saw anyone matching Ren's description around here.
Oh. As a matter of fact, I do believe I have.
Well then, I guess I'll let you deal with this because I got important things to deal with.
Alright, but... Are you really going to leave so soon and just leave family to clean this up? As rabbits start what they seem to be manifesting from the darkness, and you've not seen that one before.
Oh.
This is a big rabbit.
Like
Not
a
terribly,
naturally experimented on rabbit?
not dissimilar from your wereform rabbit.
Huh, I see you're using me to teach your, teach people some new tricks.
Oh, Graham. You just brought out what was always there. Admittedly, on your own. Careful. They like things that move.
Oh god, they're mindless. Well, unless they've learned truce, I think I'm fine for an hour.
No. Though I wouldn't rely on their sight.
I can be pretty stealthy whenever I want to be.
Then, by all means, go ahead.
Also, I would have liked to mention that I couldn't have been, like, basically, even if people are invisible, they can't, like, surprise attack me. I have a feat for that called Alert.
Fair enough, but it wasn't a surprise attack.
You know what I meant. Like, they don't get the advantage, but it literally just says you cannot be surprised. Like, basically,
Fair.
like, I would be aware that, like, someone was, like, getting up in my business just because I might not necessarily be able to locate them, but I'd know that they were there. At least as long as I'm conscious.
True, true. But yeah, there's suddenly a lot of family here. Asheville butchers.
Well, since Dad said that they like to attack things that move, Gram is not necessarily as inclined to help anymore.
Would you like to roll initiative, or would you like to depart?
I guess it depends on if Graham's dad said anything about what Ren was doing at the moment.
Oh, he was walking towards one of the temples. Outer temple. It seemed like he had some business to attend to. Not of my concern, really.
Well, since this seems to be a little bit of an Ashfell matter, removing people from your territory, I think I'll let you deal with them. Like I said, what I'm dealing with is a little bit more important, I think.
There's more
Family or no.
Good luck to you, then.
And Graham shall run to try to catch Ren. Because now he's worried that Ren might be in danger because he talked to Cray. Or in danger of shit, going wrong and him turning corrupted.
Hooray for... Well, let me say that on the percentage dice, you got a critical of 2.
Oh my.
So that's when Papa himself showed up. Normally, it would be a normal Asheville squad, but it was so in the opposite direction that you got the worst.
Oh God.
Father's home.
The dice have spoken. They gave us a pretty good scene.
Needless to say, there is swift carnage. Although they're getting the Demir are getting their licks in too.
I can only assume that's mostly because Graham's dad is watching more than participating.
Of course he's watching. He's not going to ruffle his nice suit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He looks too good to participate in this mess. However, you abscond, and abscond quickly.
Yeah, also, Graham feels like Ren going into mana corruption would be a far worse fate for the city as a whole than these Ashfell butchers dying.
Honestly, for them, if any of them do go down, good for them. Good for them. No more.
But yes, Graham will follow the red thread to and keep an eye on where the red thread is as he runs towards Ren.
You find him along with the scene of another massacre as something's going on here.
Ren!
The thread leads to empty air, but you see what seems to be Demir fighting other Demir?
Okay, that's weird. Graham will call Eileen immediately as he sees this. Hurry, 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 hurry!
She'll pick up. Hello, yes?
We got a situation.
What's going on?
Ren!
Where are you right now? No, hold on.
Orzhov territory.
Do you mind if I just... And you feel an eye on you. Alright, got it. Hold on. Before she teleports beside you. Hello.
Graham is gonna just keep moving. Like, we gotta stop Ren!
What's going on here?
That's what we need to find out! Ren! Graham will yell out.
Oh, friends! Here I am. That's such a fast response, too.
I was looking for you.
I don't see why. Ah, the rabbit. Or bunny.
Call me whatever.
No, the black one.
Ah, yes. The snowfall.
That's the one. Oh, trust me. They're amateurs. And... while there are certainly a lot of them, nothing a little discord can't negotiate or turn things into my favor.
Ren?
Look at this nice bouquet I have, after all. And he, in his hand, holds so many red strings that it's like a bridge cable when they're all together.
Ren, listen to me. Listen very carefully. You don't need to do this. You can be better than them. Don't become what you hated.
He's going to fall silent, and while he doesn't have much of a face, those multiple eyes do flicker a little bit.
I know forgiving is hard, but that doesn't mean you should stop trying. You know how often I have to forgive Cray and Nim? Constantly.
Hold up. When have you ever actually forgiven Nim for anything?
Literally, the fact that Graham usually chalks any of the trouble Nim causes to Nim just kind of being naive. He literally tries not to hold things against Nim, but Nim makes it really hard for him multiple
But that's not
times
actually
because
forgiving.
he just keeps...
She took my head off, Graham. She decapitated me, personally.
And you think this is gonna make you what? It's not gonna fix anything.
I met her once, afterwards, and I left a string on her. I put it on her throat, and warned her that we will stay out of each other's way. I forgave her, conditionally, once. And then he'll just gesture around him to the general havoc. What am I to do? I didn't do anything to her other than continue to live.
There are better ways to deal with this. I can help you deal with this. But I'm not going to let you become worse than them. You need to be better than them. If you really want to stick it to someone, that's how you do it. Be better than them.
I never made a mistake. So why? Why? I never harmed her. Never did anything of the sort. I gloated a little bit, but that's about the extent of it. And for the first time, he sounds mad. Why does she want me to die? Why is she throwing these people's lives at me?
Because she's a terrible fucking person. Do you want to be better than her? You really want to piss her off? Be better than her.
I don't want to piss her off. I want to slide this string right here through her neck like a guillotine. I can do it right now.
Ren, listen to me. If you do that, what you'll become is something that you'll regret far more. Besides, you have plenty of friends, people who you can trust and rely on. I know it's hard to forgive. Takes a lot of strength, especially if someone's wronged you. But you just need to be the better person here.
I don't think the situation is so much about forgetting as much as it is about letting go.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't really have anything to forgive her over. She just screw him over for no particular reason.
Just let it go, Ren. If she sends people after you, deal with it then. But holding this grudge, it's going to destroy you and eat you alive from the inside out. And I can assure you that whatever that will do to you will be far worse than anything she could possibly ever do to you personally.
Pride. I tried to forgive. Admittedly, I left a present on her to remind her not to do something stupid. I stayed out of her way. I stayed out of the Demir territory. Sure, I poked at her kid a little bit, but we were on amicable terms. And I trained him because he wasn't her. Look how many died today. Because she couldn't let go. I could be the bigger man, but this will happen again, won't it?
Do you really want to be her? Do you want to be as bad as her, refusing to let go? I think you can be better than that. You just said you can be better than that. You proved it by training Cray. Don't throw that away. And Graham will move forward towards Ren.
To be
I'd
fair,
like to roll mana perception.
To be fair, I do think that this woman needs to be taught a lesson, but yeah, this isn't it.
Yeah, no, Graham. The only reason why Graham isn't like, yeah, no, she needs her throat slit is because he knows that if Ren does it, Ren will turn into a monster.
Yeah, Ren cannot do it. She needs to be taught a lesson by somebody else.
All right, mana perception, you said.
Yep. Well, double 13. I'll give you a conditional bonus for that. The hand that is holding that singular thread looks different. It is no longer a gloved hand. It looks for that moment like different skin patched together.
Gram, I need you to switch to push to talk, please. It sounds like you keep clearing your throat constantly.
Before, he just looks at the string, looks at Gram, and looks at Eileen. This entire time, she has said nothing, but she's been watching carefully before also stepping forward and offering a hand. You don't need that anymore. I don't think you ever did. And he is going to swear. He's going to swear really loudly. He's going to stomp on the ground and just let out a bestial roar before just tossing it. And that string evaporates.
Thank you, Ren.
Don't ask me for anything ever again. I know you don't mean that. Don't talk to me.
Gram will put his paw on Ren's hand. It's okay.
And it does recede to how it was before, letting you know how close he was to turning into something else because it had started already.
I'm so glad Gram ignored that fight.
Yes, indeed. Lucky you. Admittedly, it takes a little while before it's past the point of no return, but you did catch it pretty early.
Very good.
He's going to look at his other hand, the one that is so full of strings it looks like a bridge cord. Like, I'm not letting these go though. They're going to keep going until they've run their time out. But I don't think I can do that again. Ren, what is that? Puppet strings. All of them have puppet strings now. I don't think I can call on that surge that I had before, though. I've never made so many. Just in that singular moment of pure rage, I wanted them all to pay. How is your mana right now? Bottomed out completely. How many strings is that? 70-ish. Somewhere around there.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, when I said that there was enough to like make a bridge cord, I meant it.
Ren, you should get back to the hideout.
True, I do feel like sleeping forever.
Forever.
Eileen, is there a way you could teleport him? I need to talk to you about something.
Yes, certainly. she did, for the first time, there sounds like there's some worry in her voice. Before she sends him back.
I think Cray kicked this off. He'll say after Ren is sent back. Demir came after me. They came after Ren. Whenever I went, and the only link that I have, I don't know how he figured it out, despite the fact that I didn't tell him anything. I went to talk to Cray about it, but I just felt like I just couldn't trust him, and I guess I see why. And Gram is going to call Elemin.
Waiting for the Marten phone. Elemin gonna pick up, and I think will we already be at the hideout after this entire situation happened, or would it be like right after the scene with the mob?
Probably after the scene with the mob, because we sort of went back to check on what Graham was doing.
Yeah.
And admittedly, there was a rush order put on those two incidents.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Elemin is calling. Elemin is answering. Yes, Graham?
I think Cray just sold us out to the Demir.
Elemin blinks. Huh?
Ren and I just got attacked by a bunch of Demir. And I had just and the only reason why I can think they came after us is because I went to talk to Cray about something, decided it probably wasn't for the best, and then it hasn't even been that long, and then Demir agents are coming after me and Ren. The exact thing that I went to talk to him about. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't really know how he knew. Probably something to do with his mana, but this needs to be resolved now.
Say, has Elemin known of Cray's mana ability? That sort of gives him some foresight. I'm not sure if Elemin is aware of that or not.
I don't think anyone knows.
No, I think he's just got strange foresight. Like, hey, Elemin, you've not upheld your vows. You're starting to lose your powers.
That is true. Yeah. Elemin will probably just chalk it up to Azura's deduction. Elemin is going to rub his chin. Okay, that you know that this I have a bit of a problem here because Cray is right next to me right. We're actually about to head to the hideout.
I don't think that's a good idea. I would like to talk to him before because Ren's at the hideout, and as I'm pretty sure again that while he's not directly involved, I'm pretty sure he has something to do with the attack on Ren. I don't think you should let him go there.
I mean, you do understand that I cannot just tell him that we have to go somewhere else all of a sudden because you just told me to. He will suspect.
I don't care if he suspects things. This is a matter of
No, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that if he does, we wouldn't be able to resolve this because you guys wouldn't be able to talk with each other. I think it's better that I do get in there and you be there before we are.
I'll try. Eileen, can you teleport us to the hideout?
Easily.
We gotta intercept Cray. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might practice what I preach. I might not.
Well, I am just going to pretend that this conversation didn't happen or at least try to.
I believe in you, Graham.
Just be careful about what you do around him. I don't know about you, but after being attacked by Demir, probably sent by his mother, I don't really trust him.
Well, I have nothing to hide besides Calcero, but I was attacked by the mirror at some point myself, and I'm not sure if I ever told you guys about this. I think they tried to take away my memory, but they didn't work because Ren saved me. I'm not sure if I am not sure if I mentioned this before. I may have just left that part out because I was actually suspecting that Craig may have been involved at some that or
Well,
somebody that we knew.
Now we know for certain.
Somebody that we knew at least. Well, I am just going to go ahead and just keep moving forward as if nothing has happened because I don't want any suspicion to arise.
Fair. I'll see you at the hideout.
All right. Elemin is going to hang up.
Who's that?
I was just called by Graham. He seemed to be angry at some situation, but he didn't explain it very well. But he says that he's heading to the hideout right now. Maybe the two of you can actually have a talk. I heard that he came to you earlier and didn't seem like guys left on the best of terms.
Well, to be fair, I have nothing against him. I only told him that I don't trust him.
Yeah.
And he took exception.
Fair enough. Well, I guess we should just keep going. We were going over there to begin our search for Nim, anyways.
Indeed.
All right. And actually, thanks a lot for helping me in this regard. I am sorry that we just asked to stop all this, but I can't just when I see something wrong going on, I can't just bat an eye at it.
I understand your convictions. You're Boros, after all.
Yes. Alrighty then.
And he's a darn good one. What does Cordon think about all this? Just no information, the least information. Two people in a cart plus Cordon.
Cordon's been listening one-sidedly to what's been going on with Elemin and Cray, and is just he's just listening at this point and attempting to understand how such a group can possibly function in any way if they're constantly bickering and doubting.
The answer is barely.
Well, To the hideout we go.
Well, while Graham's waiting for Cray to arrive, he'll look at Eileen. I don't know what to do, Eileen. I genuinely need advice. I honestly can't think of a bigger betrayal. Hello?
Well, what was their intention then? At the very least, those people who assailed you, were they going to steal something from you?
From what
Mug you or
Elemin
just harm you?
From what Elemin was saying, he was assailed previously before by Demir, and they tried to wipe his mind, but Ren saved him.
He never mentioned that to me.
Can only assume the ones after me were going to do the same thing.
What were they going to make you forget?
I don't know. Probably the fact that I know Cray has Demir ties. Very high-ranking Demir ties. If I had to guess.
Oh, I see. So, tricky indeed. I don't know very much about Gray's personality, but he seems to generally remain calm and collected. However, you
Well,
can't be sure what someone's limit is if they're pressed too hard.
He doesn't trust
and
us,
everything
and
around them goes wrong.
I don't think a little bit of trust was too much to ask for, but this I didn't go around telling anyone he's Demir. Never even brought it up. Except to him directly. And this is the fucking thanks I get. I protect his secrets, and he literally has us all attacked.
He could be a paranoid individual.
I don't care. Doesn't excuse what he did.
I see.
I don't know what to do, Eileen. As much as I would like to kill him, I feel like doing so would only hurt Ren's recovery.
Not to mention possibly harm you.
I'm pretty sure that Graham has the backing of the ensemble.
I do believe there is a way to resolve this amicably. Pardon if this is perhaps the improper saying, but he has failed. So if you can't beat them, join them. Maybe this show of competence will finally be what persuades him.
I don't know. I'll give it a try, though.
All I can ask. I'll be nearby but I won't stop what you end up choosing. You are attempting diplomacy. After having been wronged. And the cart arrives.
Gram will just be like, I just hope that this doesn't affect our relationship for trying to save this world. Despite the fact that Cray seems to care more about... I don't even know what the fuck he cares about anymore.
We'll find out.
And Graham will wait by the door. Let's see how intimidating his scowl is. Will this be the one time that he rolls a good intimidation? No, it's not.
Poor Graham.
He looks adorable and harmless.
It looks like he's going to squeak.
I imagine he's doing that, like, you know, that cute anime angry face where you really just puff up your cheeks and it's a little frown.
Yes. Yeah. I was literally about to say that.
You know, maybe you ask your father really nicely so he can teach you how to actually make a scary face.
Hey, how can I project evil?
I have a +5, and every time I roll intimidation, I seem to roll like a 1 or a 2 every time.
Hold on, I have a +4 to my wisdom save, so I could fail that. Which is weird. I could have sworn I was gonna take something to give myself advantage in wisdom saves.
You are slightly terrified of Graham.
Wow. You
actually... for the record, it would be an insight check for resisting.
Oh,
that.
insight. Insight, okay.
He's so cute, it's intimidating.
So you can tell that Graham is angry.
Angry.
But I'm not intimidated by it.
I don't know. You rolled a wisdom save and you failed. I think you're slightly intimidated. Not extremely intimidated. You're just like,
no,
I feel uncomfortable
he rolled the
with you
wrong
staring at me.
thing.
Insight's for telling why someone's doing something, not for...
No, it's for seeing through something like intimidation or a deception or anything like that.
Your wisdom insight checks determine whether you can determine true inside of creatures when searching at a lie or predicting someone's next move. Doing so involves gleaning clues from body language, speech habits, and changes in manners. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Most often, when you're rolling against intimidation, isn't it a wisdom saving throw for avoiding fear effects?
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, so I think Cray's original role is invalid, which means he actually is a little bit by the anime face.
I feel like the way Cray would go about it is he would look at Graham.
You're
and
probably
he'd be
not
like,
intimidated so much as just off-put by it.
He's just like, Graham, are you? I don't.
Graham, are you
Right?
What are
okay?
you doing?
I'm going to ask you this one time, and you only get one chance to answer this question.
As they arrive.
Yes. What
Straight
did
books, bro.
you do after I talked to you?
After you spoke with me?
Yes.
So, for the record, the general consensus is that a player should never be forced into being intimidated or such unless it is by magic. The player, you can roll, and then the player can decide if, yeah, they'd be intimidated by that. Preferably you role play how you're acting, but you can also just roll. But that is the general consensus on how that goes.
Yeah, I don't. No one said he had to roll wisdom save to see if he was intimidated. He rolled it because he was like, you know what, my wisdom's low enough that I might actually get lower than that, and decided to roll on his own.
And it actually happened. So I think we
Actually, Graham probably would have had Eileen set up. And also when you answer, we're gonna have Eileen set up a zone of truth.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure.
Graham, what are you doing?
All right.
No, he'll tell Cray that directly. He'll be like, I want you to answer this in a zone of truth.
Also, apparently, if you want to do a roll, it would be opposed charisma checks.
Oh, okay.
Rather than wisdom or... There's a lot of debate on this fact, but the most upvoted answer here is charisma checks, actually.
Let's see the DC for a zone of truth if Eileen casts it.
I mean, I can see they're working, honestly, which is probably the reason why it is debated.
Graham will basically just be like, look, you're not coming in until you answer this question, and if you answer this question, I want to hear it in a zone of truth, Cray.
Oh my god, DC 24. DC.
All right.
All right, I forgot. I forgot Eileen's like this.
All right. Well, we're coming here to look for Nim right now, who's currently missing. I should.
You're answering this question, or you need to just never come back here again.
That seems a rather interesting stance to take.
Elemin is just remaining silent.
And what does the ensemble support you in such a decision?
Considering what you almost caused, I'm sure I'm sure it won't be hard to convince them of this. Is Eileen there with Graham?
She is, yes, as the one who cast the Zone of Truth.
Oh no, he basically was like, we can go in and she can cast it later. He's not like, cast it now.
Oh.
Basically, he wants to see if he'll submit to it or if he's gonna try to juke responsibility. So how about it, Cray?
I have a very strange attachment to your notions of trust. But very well.
All right. He'll look to Eileen and kind of nod for her to cast the zone of truth now.
Well, let's step inside first. This is not a conversation to be had outside.
Fair enough. He will follow Eileen to wherever she wants to cast it.
Elemin is following with Corridon behind him, probably.
Corridon is hesitantly following along behind, yes.
She'll take them inside before casting it.
Cray. Oh, I guess I should. Graham will wait till if Cray tries to resist or just accepts it.
He accepts it.
There wasn't a resistance.
I only want yes or no answers from you at this moment. Cray, do you have any knowledge of the tax on myself or Ren today?
Gray's eyes widen a little bit at that, and he rubs his chin. Like, he actually seems surprised.
That it happened that fast?
Basically, yeah.
Also, I just realized, Golkin, you've been having the wrong icon this entire time. And so has
What do you
Sim. That you guys haven't...
No,
Oh.
because we use the Discord reactive now.
Oh, right. Never mind then. Yeah, we don't change the icons anymore.
Also, goodness, Gold King. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A name I've not
And-
heard in a long time.
And we do, some of us do change icons still.
Yeah. Force of habit, I suppose.
Yeah, just in case.
Where did you hear the name Gold King? Did I still
He
have that when
played,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Back when you
It
ran
feels
it.
like feels
Yeah.
like so long ago.
Yeah, I joined him when you were still calling by the name Golkin.
My God. Anyways,
So Graham will tap his foot impatiently, still angrily pouting.
truthfully, I'm not certain. I know that's not yes or no, but I'm truthfully not certain.
Yes or no? Because let's face it, you saying I'm not certain is kind of a lie.
No, that's the truth. He doesn't actually know because he does not expect them to do stuff the same day with the way that they've been doing shit. So he's like,
well, the mirror agents attacked me and Ren. You're telling me you have zero idea of why.
Oh, if it's the Demir, then yeah.
So, you do know why. Did you have anything to do with this?
Yes.
Why, Cray? Especially if you seem to have zero goddamn remorse for it. Do you know the kind of damage you almost caused? I would
Well-
call this the equivalent of Nim almost blowing up a large section of the city with the tree.
As for the effect of Ren, I was made briefly aware of it. Was not expecting them to move this fast, but that was not fully my doing. Instead, that seems to be a long-time scuffle with, as you know, my mother, and him, of which I have no part in.
I don't know how you managed to figure out that I was talking about Ren, but it's far too much of a coincidence.
Because I speak with my mother. She is, in fact,
Is
my
that how
family.
you learned about Ren?
That's how I learned about the fact that she had a scuffle with him.
And I asked you a specific question. Is that how you learned about Ren?
I learned about him as a person, or
Learned about him in any kind of in the capacity that whatever you said to your mother today triggered this.
when I first met Ren, we were strangers. He was an individual who was once Demir, and that was all I knew about him. At a certain point, when I had spoken to my mother, she mentioned Ren seemed to have some
See, here's the problem.
sort of
Craig.
grudge.
Shut up. Here's the problem. I came
Ram.
to you.
Ram, I think you should actually let him speak.
I need to say something because let's face it, as far as I can tell, he seems to be trying to avoid the truth.
He's
Trying
actually,
to sweeten it.
I don't think that's what his intentions are.
He knows
I'm in
exactly.
the zone of truth, right?
That zone of truth doesn't mean that you can't obscure the actual truth.
Do you want me to say that I attempted to do something?
Here's the problem I have. I came to you because I figured out who Ren had a problem with. And immediately after I talk to you, not only am I attacked, but Ren is attacked. I feel that's a little bit too much of a coincidence. And I feel like you know exactly how that got triggered. Is that true or not?
Oh, that's true.
Graham is just gonna look at Cray with utter disgust. You don't even fucking care, do you?
Graham, that situation was going to happen regardless of my actions.
You know what? I was trying to stop it, and I'm pretty sure you and according to your own words, you did happen to light a fire under it this day. Again, I don't think you realize what you almost fucking did. Not only did you have basically allies attacked, but you know what? This is the kind of stuff why I knew I shouldn't trust you.
Okay. I have a question for myself if you don't mind, Cray.
Absolutely.
Why exactly did you well, not you specifically, but why exactly did you have a part in sending somebody after Graham? I can understand Ren because apparently your mother and him have some sort of history, but why Graham?
Because Graham had found out the truth.
Me and Graham have known this truth for a while now. You know that, right? I know you're Demir. I found that out. I found that out a while ago. Your agents failed to erase my memory of that.
Indeed.
I never spoke of it because I knew I'd be a target if I did.
And I was hoping by the fact that you didn't speak of it that you knew less than you let on. Hoping.
Hmm. So is it really just because you're the mirror that you sent it after us that you got those people sent after us?
I'm going to have to explain to you both something about the Demir. In the Demir, knowledge is the most valuable asset there is, hands down. No holds bar. If someone has information, even a slight bit, that is seen as compromising. The Demir take extensive measures to ensure that all of their information, all of their assets, all of their secrets are tightly safeguarded. There are Demir agents who mind wipe each other after their own work. The fact that you even know that I'm Demir is a risk to myself, as well a risk to a large number of the things that I do to try to protect this realm. I was hoping
Graham
that...
is gonna scoff at that.
In that there is not I don't know much about the mirror, but from the way you yourself speak of things, and I'm pretty sure you speak from experience, it seems that there are people that don't find find it hard to have emotional attachments to others. Is that correct?
Wait, what?
Elemin asks. That Elemin is saying he doesn't know. I don't know much about the Demir, but from the way you've describing them, and you seem to be speaking from personal knowledge, they don't seem to have. They seem to have find it difficult to have emotional attachments. Is that right?
Emotional attachments in the Demir are seen as an entire risk. I am under the impression my parents do not love me, but I am an asset to them. And that is what keeps me alive and relevant in their eyes, as well as what keeps mutual meddling to an extent. I live in a position where I do not trust them, and I don't believe that they trust me. And truthfully, I'd rather it stay that way.
Yet you still seem to be able to speak to your mom and ask her about this sort of stuff. You guys might not have much trust in each other, but you still seem to be able to speak about this stuff like it's no issue. There's some sort of attachment there, even if it's slim.
That's how the game is played. Small trades here and there.
Well, I suppose each guild does their own thing differently.
Graham was just gonna be like, if I had known you cared so little about your family, I would have been a little bit more tempted to let Ren kill her. Except it would have been bad for him and bad for this city. So just keep in mind that's the only reason why I let her live or stopped Ren from killing her.
Well, I will be honest, at this point, their performance is becoming quite regrettable.
Regrettable?
I simply made a request that the information, just the piece of information that you know that I'm Demir, a small piece of information that should be so simple to just obliviate so that things could continue as normal, Just take that and make it gone. And they have failed on so many occasions, and this is something that is so simple for the Demir that it is truthfully aggravating like nothing else I have seen. The fact that the Demir are struggling with this to this extent is more aggravating than anything Nim has done in my presence.
Do you even hear yourself talking? Elemin and I have known for a long time, and it hasn't ever affected anything that we've done.
Yet.
I think this right here, this going behind our back, this is the thing that is affecting us right now.
You knew I was Demir and didn't expect me to go behind your back.
When the dangers of this, with the dangers that are present, I would expect you to at least be smart enough to hold off until then, till it was all dealt with.
I mean, I didn't knew much about the Demir until it was brought up. I imagine I would have to watch my back, but as I am your companion, I was actually kind of hoping that it wouldn't come to that. But sadly, it seems I was wrong. Because I am more than happy to keep your secret. It is not something I would speak to anybody else about.
I appreciate the effective sentiment you are trying to provide to me. I truthfully do. But as a Demir, it is beyond something as simple as you people are my friends and I can trust you with my secrets.
Oh, believe me, I understand. Believe me, I understand that. It is just how I can't bear to leave innocence unattended myself as a Boros and as a paladin.
Ever since I met our party, the information of my station has been growing more and more to the information of others, to a point where it is becoming tarnishing to me. The fact that so many people even know is a detriment to my work.
I mean, you were the one that opened your house to us.
Yes, I opened my house up to you, but as a Demir, it should have remained functional without there being whatever event occurred that started creating these cracks. I don't even know what event it was or how all of this started.
I am pretty sure it started with that entire situation with Markov. Remember that? That night was the night that I was attacked, but I somehow managed to keep my memory.
Hmm.
Ever since then, I've been pretending like I didn't know something was a partly because I kind of understood that your secrets are important to you, just as saving the innocent is important to me, and partly because I couldn't let myself become a target.
Well, I can't promise these situations won't continue to occur, especially because my family is now involved with things. That being said, I hardly see much reason to try to keep up this facade, since it seems as though you are quite attached to this secret that you now know, and I doubt that I'm going to be able to convince you to obliviate yourselves.
Yeah, but
The whole-
I do not. I think we're way past the time of being able to obliviate that memory from myself. Sadly,
Oh, you'd be surprised.
either way, I would prefer if it didn't came to. Also, hey there, Wolstein.
Hello, Stein.
Hello.
Hello, Ostein.
Don't
Wait.
mind me just listening. I just noticed his name.
Yes.
Everyone, look, it's Wostein. Look at it. Look at it.
It's so beautiful.
I want all of you to look at it.
Also, I gotta say, today's game has been awesome.
I'm glad. It went a little off the rails. It went towards the B plot, but that's fine enough.
Wait, this is the B plot? Damn. I really.
Yeah, you were supposed to go to a Rakdos college.
What was I supposed to do?
Don't worry about it.
Not get murdered.
Wait, is the session over?
No, not yet.
No, it's not over yet.
We got a little while to go.
There's still time for you to get stabbed.
Gram is just gonna look at Cray. Is like, I honestly, I don't think after this I can keep working with you. Or at least sharing any kind of information with you.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Oh my god.
Tokeme tipped $100.
Oh, nice.
Toshime, thank you so much for that donation. It is so appreciated. Digi, the donation goal has been completed.
Gracious me.
How wonderful.
Huzzah.
It may have to be part of next session, but I'm very happy that I get to present this to Nim as part of his intent on collecting him.
Heat
Yes, it's
non-metal.
all
Oh
falling
my
into place.
god.
Hey, don't put anything metal in a microwave, ever.
Oh no.
What about heavy metal?
I mean, still no.
Anyways, Cray will look to Graham and simply state, I can understand your lack of empathy towards my situation. And that being said, I'm not going to expect any form of forgiveness.
You're lucky I don't try to cut you down right here for this goddamn betrayal.
It is unfortunate that this could not have been resolved sooner in a more clean fashion. But, well,
Indeed.
I suppose these are the circumstances which one was grown up with.
You know,
So right now, we got... I guess it's kind of the Gram and Elemin faction of the party. We got the Nim and Cray faction. We got Corridon and Cyrus just kind of free roaming between all of them.
And then the still on the assassination block Lute Tudors.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Corridon is so confused at the moment.
Don't worry. I have my alternate character already prepared.
Damn,
share
and you
with
awakened
Gigi.
to your mana ability. That's terribly unfortunate.
Graham, you know what? That actually reminds me. Graham would probably at this point like, is there anyone else we know that you've sicked your family on?
Let's see. There was a point where I did indeed send agents after all of you just to obliviate memories. Truthfully, I don't know why they're engaging you in combat. This should just be something that they do in your sleep. Again, it's very disappointing how they're going about this.
Probably because I don't spend a lot of time sleeping where they can even get to me.
Don't underestimate the Demir. They could break into my house. That's saying something. But there's a point where they are sent after all of the party. I know Tudor's on the list. Really don't like him.
I don't care if you don't like him.
Why do you not like him?
Like, Cray just kind of like gives, just gives Elemin a glance. Like, he sued Nim over a
situation that you could have prevented and chose
Indeed.
not to.
Correct. It just felt petty. Like at the end of it, the major statement he was making is that it was all for face, and such a waste of the Azurius's time is. There are not many things that can truthfully make me angry, but an obstruction of justice and their procedures for that.
You know, I can actually understand where you're coming from. Yes, I actually do.
You know, especially because that happened after I had asked you very specifically that situations like that Nim was causing needed to be dealt with. We needed to do something. You seem to have implied that you were going to do something about it. And then you do that, Cray. The only person who wasted anyone's time ultimately is you. You allowed what happened, basically encouraged it, and the Orzhov probably made Lute do that lawsuit so they could do whatever the hell it was that they were doing.
Still don't
understand. He's Orzhov. He says with like a squint.
Whatever.
So wait, if people just attack Gram and Ram, and apparently you also talk about Tudor with your mother earlier, does that mean that he's actually in danger?
Oh yes.
Elemin, let's go. Graham will look at Eileen. Any way you can help us?
Well, would you happen to know his residence? We can get there very quickly if I send one of me there right away.
Graham will look at Elemin.
I mean, of course I'm coming if somebody's in danger, but Cray, what are you going to? What are you planning to do right now, rather?
Oh. Planning on continuing what we were here originally to do, which was to look for Nim, if he's gone missing.
Nim
That-
is at the Selesnya.
Ah,
Oh,
this was an
From what I
interesting
can
ploy.
heard, training.
This was a very interesting ploy, then. I respect it.
wait, what?
Well, if you knew that if you knew that Nim was at the Selesnya, obviously this was all a setup to get me here to speak in the first place, which I will be honest was probably the last particular situation that I would have ever thought this conversation would have come up in.
Honestly, I wasn't aware of that myself.
Oh,
Yes, I mean, sorry. This just so happened to fit in perfect. I guess coincidences do happen sometimes.
do you still want help with those two trainees, by the way? I can understand if not after this.
Elemin blinks. You know, I actually do still want your help. I do not want to completely toss you away. I'm pretty sure that there is a way for us to come into an understanding. But right now, there's more important
My
things that we
only
gotta do.
understanding is the only reason why why I'm not trying to kill Cray is because he's still trying to stop the Seekers. That's the only thing really staying my blade right now.
I understand your anger. I understand your anger, Graham. Honestly,
And unless it's Seeker business, Cray, don't ever bother me again. In fact, I don't even want to see you.
He shrugs.
Elemin looks down. I wish there was something.
Yeah, unless you're gonna get Cray to actually give a shit about the party. And stop trying to basically use us for whatever the fuck he wants.
Excuse the fuck out of me. I use I use all of you. Can I ask? Can I inquire? Very simply, what I use you for? Because I should state, you certainly aren't a source of income. You have caused many damages to my house, yet I've let you all stay with absolutely no complaint. I am often and many times willing to simply help, even in some of the most asinine of situations, such as the court case of which I have mentioned, which I wish Lute Tutor dead.
It's
aside from all that,
it's very simple. It's the thing that you yourself said was more valuable than anything else to the Demir. Information.
is that zone of
Let's
truth
face it,
still up?
we're getting a lot of information that, quite frankly, you weren't aware of at all before.
Gray's gonna look over to it's Elena, right?
Eileen.
Eileen. My goodness, I'm bad with names.
I like
He looks
the names. Sue me.
He looks over to Eileen. Is that zone of truth still up?
It is.
He looks back at Graham. I am not using you or any party member in any way. And then he leans forward and just kind of quirks a brow at him.
What did you do?
In the zone of truth, he stated very clearly, I am not using any party member in any way.
No, after that.
And leans forward.
And
with the Grant's reaction.
He's basically just like, well, what do you got to say to that?
Oh,
But,
you
like,
know
purely-
exactly what you're getting from this party. A lot of it is actually probably came from me, considering all the information I found out about the Seekers, mana. You've just been I bet you've been using all this information that we've given you to just, well, whatever the Demir do with information, if information is the most powerful currency that they have. So, yeah, no. While you might not be directly using us, you are still not exactly inclined to forego this this wealth of information. So, yeah, no, I'd still call that using us.
Why does it have to be you then? I couldn't be some other adventurer who I hired off the street. Why does it have to be you?
We're wasting time. Eileen, we need to go save Lute. He doesn't deserve to be killed just because Cray doesn't like him.
I
For
am
some petty
certainly of,
reason.
I am certainly of the volition that saving life is better than taking one. But I do believe that Cray does have goodwill towards this party. There's just
I
some
don't.
things. Okay.
If he
Perhaps not
wasn't
as
getting anything out of us, oh, I guarantee you he wouldn't have stuck around. That every opportunity he's ever had to gain something, or he saw an opportunity that he thought he can gain something that was more important than the party, he's abandoned us.
Hey, Craig, would you get in trouble if you were to show up if you were to show up to try and defend Tudor? If you were to come with us?
If I get in trouble?
Yes. That I'm asking I'm asking a question here.
I'm not certain trouble would be the word. It would certainly be confusing for those involved.
Would you be willing to come with us to basically stop this from happening? Because Gram is right. As much as you dislike the guy, he doesn't really deserve to die. I'm pretty sure.
Nim agrees with Cray, but he's not there.
I'm pretty sure using the mere assets just for a petty petty grudge isn't actually your style.
Usually isn't, I'll agree with that. However, I'll be quite honest. I'm trying my best to make my own personal case, but it seems as though the position in the room is very much set against me.
I mean, Eileen believes in Cray, but
Elemin, I know, Cray. I understand I understand why you did what you did, but well, we were attacked. How do you expect us to react? We were attacked and survived for that matter.
I'm going to be quite honest. Nim has attacked you many times, and you've forgiven him at the end of the day.
Oh, believe me, I am forgiving you. I am not touching you away. I am just saying that, well, I just can't overlook this because and again, you said it yourself at the beginning.
You're also not nearly as naive as Nim. Nim barely knows better with half the things he's doing. You, on the other hand, is an entirely different matter.
I'll take that as a compliment. Anyways. How about I approach this like a demand? If I call this attack off and make it so that you don't have to go and fight and do all that nastiness, will you, Gram, specifically, try to be a bit more tolerant towards the way I am?
The only way I'll make that promise is if you promise not to target any of us anymore. Ensemble included.
I did not target the ensemble. As I was trying to explain before, that was bad blood with my mother, and because of you paying me a visit this morning, I had become aware of the situation regarding that, and, well, when I brought it up to her, she felt the need to accelerate it.
That is an unfortunate set of circumstances.
Indeed it is. But let's be honest, it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that you even know I'm Demir.
Fortunately so. Well, I suppose we can't always be in control of everything. Even the Demir can be.
Indeed.
So
I
Then
can make
how
the
about
promise.
this? How about this? No more passing information about us to the Demir without our consent, then.
I should state that may lock you out of various benefits of having the Demir on your side.
What have the Demir actually done for us?
A
Because
number
quite
of things,
frankly,
actually.
if the Demir were really helping us, I feel like we would know where some seeker bases are that we could have taken actions against.
Graham, how do you think I found the information for our first few quests against the Seekers? There were a number of times where I simply stated that I had gotten a commission for a quest, never stated the source, and we had all simply gone out and fought the Seekers.
Well, that is starting to fit into place.
The purpose of the Demir as a guild in the guild pact is to ultimately prevent the fighting of the guilds.
Don't even feed the guild pack bullshit. You know that it's not even a thing anymore.
That's true.
But
and as you know, that is a well-guarded secret.
it's not something that we should be speaking about, to be honest, because I know for a fact that the only reason why the guilds are not killing each other right now is because most of the populace believe that the guild pack still exists. If that secret came out, it'd be chaos.
I'm almost certain the majority of the Demir don't even know about that. It's the only reason why most of them haven't gone rogue, probably.
Well,
Anyways, we have a like I
if
said,
I may.
you know my terms. And Graham will look to Eileen.
Right. However, if I may, one thing. I do not believe that even if you had laid out the condition that Cray would have made attempts on the party any longer. but perhaps an additional degree of transparency and communication. I can go first. I will tell you my abilities.
Oh?
Yes. You shall then know me, more so than before.
The fact that you know that I'm Demir is the most dangerous piece of information you can know about me, but I will state there are certain secrets I am sworn to safeguard.
I'm just telling you about me, myself, the person before you.
I thought you were adding an amendum to our agreement.
No. This is not an agreement. This is me wanting to reestablish some amount of common ground between us. Even as bad as things are, I don't believe it's completely irreparable. So, I shall be the one to step forward first and speak of myself. Not how I was brought about. Just me. I have, and she's going to tap on her gears, a few unique abilities that are the source of my strength. In exchange for hit dice, if I channel certain energies, I can restore my spell slots very quickly. Also, by classification, I am a wizard. Second, I can hold more than one concentration spell. Third, if there is another me at a point, fast teleportation is not much of a problem at all. For myself and others, I can act as a, well, walking teleportation circle, really. And fourth, if a creature is summoned, I can rupture it. This is an ability I developed to contend with planeswalkers of the old ways.
Is that it? Actually, is that how you stop the angel from being summoned when that's the entire situation?
Yes, I have to pay its proportional cost, however.
Interesting.
And now you know my strengths. If there's anything you would like to say, by all means. It's not a requirement, though. I'm simply saying that despite all this, I trust you all.
You know, this actually sounds like a good idea. Telling about telling about what we saying out loud stuff about ourselves right now. Sounds like a good idea for break the ice. And
I'm not the most social, and I do agree that there are probably things we should be doing at the moment, but I have been thinking about what Gram told me before, and I suppose it's just something that I want to do, rather than what is the efficient thing to do.
Well, let me go next then, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Oh, I'm Mina Fox. I do not have a last name that I know of, and I'm just a paladin trying to do good. Apparently, my mana seems to be unique in that I ended up being bonded to this dragon with me called Colseru. And right now, right now, my mana abilities are basically me fusing with him to gain his abilities as a dragon onto myself. And the end goal is basically to have him being able to be summoned into our plane, since at the moment he's stuck in some sort of plane of death, if I remember correctly.
Yep, I'm in another world, plane of the. Well, this is basically an afterlife, I think. All I know is that everything that is here is dead, except I came here while I'm still alive, so it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, you're not dead while being stuck in the plane of death. Doesn't sound healthy for you.
I mean, nothing looks dead, it just died.
Fair enough. But no, that's pretty much everything about me. Well, not everything, but yeah, the same thing that you said.
Hello, I am a dragon. I'm told that they're very uncommon, especially in Ravnica. Name's
This is very
Kalseru.
correct.
I'm an adult dragon. Been around for a real long time. I used to entertain once upon a time. Well, when I was really young, I actually got picked up by a bard. The thing is, I got summoned here when I was like 60. I am now 857. So I am still aging, I'm still growing, unlike literally everyone else here. And I've seen the sights, I've done the things, and I want to leave.
That's a very fair point.
Why don't you go ahead and do something like this too, Greg? This sounds like a good thing.
I'll start with my first lie. The lie that I tell all of you every day. My name is Chris Calais Monathal. Craig was never my real name. It's been a name I've been passing off as a fake name ever since I was born. Well, not since I was born, but well into my youth.
Ah.
The purposes of my being were made quite clear to me from a young age, and I've always despised that fact. As such, I named myself Cray out of a desire to make something new of my name, but still a light attachment to my parents. It's because of them that I'm able to, well, afford a good deal of things. As such, I'm continuously expected to do small tasks for them here and there. Living was rather comfortable, though, save for the fact that having a Demir for a mother expected rather intense psychological conditioning. And a father that was an Orzhov, well, he only really cared about the money. Their entire marriage was an alliance between the two guilds. I believe something that was supposed to be more devious and under the table. I think they were a bit disappointed when they found I wanted to go with the Azurius. I should state that while I am, in a way, Demir, I do have intense loyalty to the Azurius and their ways. It seems right, coming out of a combination of something wrong. Like poetic justice. That being said, the obligations that I have are something that I can't ignore. And I do apologize to the both of you for having attacked you, or having others attacked you. It is truthfully not something I wanted to have done. It is simply the best course of action that I saw necessary of all my available avenues. Had I had more opportunities to do so, I likely would have continued to do some sort of treachery in order to simply attempt to make you forget that I was Demir. But since everything is now out on the table, no such measures are any longer necessary. I will cease withholding things to the best of my ability.
I actually do believe you when you say that.
I hope so. We're in a zone of truth.
Oh, right. I should drop that, shouldn't I?
Actually, I appreciate having it up. It is somewhat comforting to know that nothing I say here can be taken as potential falsehood.
Right. Okay then.
After all, given my actions and position, especially with the anger that Gram is rather known for having, no offense.
Well, you and Nim just bring it out of me.
That is fair. Had I not been so intensely conditioned, I would likely be incredibly aggravated by Nim. At one point, I actually thought him to be a potential source of power. There was a point at which I thought to use him. But as time went on, I don't know. My position towards him changed. I'm not certain where.
Now they are friends?
He'll never say those words.
Hmm.
Well, he'll say them to your face, but he won't necessarily mean them in the way that Nim would mean them.
Hmm.
We'll see.
Well, Graham, you're the last one. You're the last one here to haven't said something in this regard.
Oh, and for full clarity, my mana abilities are I can take control of an individual, though it requires me to fight my will with theirs. My conditioning helps with this, though some creatures are more stronger-willed than others. Failure to do so for an extended period of time will entirely obliterate me. In addition, there is an ability that I have where if I am simply allowing my mana to accumulate, I can use it to ask questions of our plane and receive answers. Though the more extensive the question and further from my grasp it would be, the more it's going to cost. It is how I found out about what you were going to tell me, even though you never said a word to me, Graham. There is also a third mana though I have not unlocked an ability for it. I believe it's due to my interesting position between guilds. That is all. Unless you have questions.
I don't. But I'm sure you all know my mana abilities. I've used them plenty enough.
Even if you do know, you can still say them.
Indeed, I would actually be curious as to distinguish your mana abilities from your warlock abilities.
Fine. First of all, I find it a lot easier to harm people who have hurt people I consider friends and allies. Which is unfortunately rapidly been dwindling. As far as I know, this doesn't actually seem to have a time limit.
What do you mean by it's dwindling?
Oh, I mean, the people who I consider friends and allies are dwindling. Rapidly, as of late.
Well,
especially considering that I had hoped that the party would have been a lot closer to each other, a lot more open. But I suppose that somewhere deep down inside, I was looking for a replacement for my family. Because I didn't find it in the Selesnya, and we were a bunch of misfits, to be fair. But I suppose that was a little bit of naivety on my part. And probably why I took so much offense to you abandoning us, what, twice?
When was the second time? I'm asking this out of character.
I could have sworn there was a second time whenever you just kind of yeeted out to... Was it the skeleton?
No, I
the
think it
lich?
was the fire elementals that you thought I
Oh, yeah, that was it.
I mean, to be fair, in that instance, we were all running away.
I'm just faster.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think it was that that there was literally people who were still like trapped in the room whenever he was just like goodbye, and then just ran away.
I think I was out of the room before I even realized that people were trapped. Honestly, but like I can understand that like being lost in translation to Gram.
Yeah.
Graham, who was in literally the front line, like trying to retreat and like stay between the elemental and the the people who he considered friends and allies.
Can't believe that guy still crawled out of there.
That was pretty epic on his part.
I wonder what
he did his best.
I wonder what happened.
Poor Doug.
I wonder what happened to him. We never saw him again after we met up with Marten.
I believe you took him back to the ensemble. And
I think we did actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's still somewhere around here.
He's been with Parker.
I think we determined like this guy somehow survived that. He's got to be ensemble material.
Yeah, no. See, he burned, and you know Parker's condition, so they just sort of like bonded with each other, and like Parker seeing if he can't do something with Doug.
Burn buddies.
Burn buddies.
Literally incinerated friends. One was trapped in with a primordial fire elemental, and the other was burned by Golkasa. It seems comparable in hindsight.
I mean, at some point, I think Okaza is a primordial fire elemental when he goes into his mana form. He's just literally on fire.
Doug awakens. Objective: survive.
Anyways,
Doug will live.
Anyways, Graham continuing, he'll just be like, and you know what? I guess part of me always knew that something was off about you, and I really wanted to trust you, but I never quite could, and I never, because it was always, you'd always do something, and quite frankly, you were probably the one person I wanted to be able to trust the most, besides Elemin. And Nim, I think the reason why I'm so angry with him, mostly just because I think that he's smart enough that he could choose to be better and just doesn't. Just massive amounts of disappointment when it comes to Nim. But again, I guess that's my own.
Intelligence does not necessarily mean learning.
It means capacity to learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Graham is pretty sure that Nim is smart enough to realize that he needed to learn some things and just basically chose not to.
To be fair, Nib has not repeated the same mistakes aside from the biting of people that offend him. But every time he
Also,
gets into trouble, it's a whole entirely new bucket of crazy.
Yes.
Yes, but a lot of that crazy basically stems ultimately from the problem that Nim doesn't know how Ravnica works and is basically just, as far as Graham is concerned, it's just basically him going like, it's not really my problem until it becomes your problem. Then I'll make it my problem if it causes you enough of a problem.
Also, Nim does learn if things are carefully explained to him in a way that he understands. Emphasis on that last part.
True.
We need to explain him more often with cooking similes.
But anyways, seems that I might be a little bit predisposed to being angry, because apparently I have a curse on me that's never been removed, because literally seems to be how my family kind of creates us.
Oh?
Ashfells, that being.
You know. Yeah, I kind of see why you want to trust Graham more than anybody else. When you look past you guys' differences, you guys' backgrounds is actually pretty similar. Both of you guys, the lot in life was basically decided before you were even born.
Anyways, quite frankly, out of all the people currently in the party, I'm probably the most likely to have an issue with mana corruption because of it.
Well, if it happens. I'll be there to attend to stop it. Although I'm not entirely sure how to. Hopefully, you can teach me.
Essentially, it's a mental breakdown.
I see.
And
Digi,
quite
we're getting a
frankly,
bunch of background noise from you.
Sorry about that.
and if I'm being honest, quite frankly, I feel like I might be forced just to embrace it, just to protect you guys from the Seekers, because half of our party doesn't really seem to take them seriously. Elemin, Cray, you guys are about the closest thing to an exception to that I can find.
I'm taking my training very seriously.
I know. But I've tried to encourage
As Nim
everyone.
is literally sitting off with Malt, secluded from everybody, training as you speak.
Yes,
but okay, they're the only exception.
To be fair, Nim really hasn't
up till
nearly
now.
as much effort into training to fight the Seekers as Cray and Elemin have. This is a recent thing for Nim.
Nim has put a lot of effort into training. You've just not ever been here to see it, Gram.
To their credit, they hold an artifact in hopes of protecting the group and helping.
Oh, Cyrus, when did you get here?
You've been here for a while.
No, I know.
Nim withheld the artifact.
Sorry, I thought that since Zim was talking, that this was out of character for a moment.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I
yeah,
know.
that's fine. But
don't worry, I'm sure I totally haven't been here.
Eisen, usually you're just not here. You kind
Fair,
of
but I mean,
spend
Graham's
more
not-
time not playing with us than you actually do playing.
That's not entirely true.
You tend to leave early. You tend to miss a lot of the sessions. Yes, it's
I
gotten
haven't
better,
been
but
missing
you...
the only I have literally changed like when
I'm pointing
since when I
out
came to day shift, yeah.
you
But
do
it still doesn't
typically at
matter.
least leave early, which Digi
like every
focuses
other
on
week.
you.
Yes. But anyways, it's not like Graham was around for anything that Nim's like training wise anyway, so in character, Graham doesn't see it. In whenever they fight or anything. He's usually like, hey guys, this is a thing you should all learn. And then it usually goes Cray goes first, Elemin usually, puts in the effort, second, and then it's Nim. And everyone else, it's just a wild shot if they actually try to learn the skill that Graham has tried to bring to them.
As far as I'm aware, Nim's the only one other than Graham that's been through the mentor thing.
To be fair, before all the new people came in, the only other there was Markov and technically Kerr and Terracona, but they left. So it was
true,
just,
but like I said, like, go ahead.
So it was mostly just Markov.
Yeah, but like I said, Graham doesn't really necessarily see Nim also using most of these skills a lot.
Yeah, so I understand. I can understand where Graham is coming from, and I can understand what Zane is trying to explain.
Oh no, I get it. No, definitely Nim is like definitely learning the skills. Like I, as a player, know this, but Graham as a character doesn't really know this. Because
It doesn't help that the only things that Nim has are only prevalent in combat, and we have no combat.
Yeah, we've been having pretty little combat lately, but
Well,
What?
there was almost combat, but then Graham disengaged because it was hugely disadvantageous. And then he got a very low roll. See, if he'd rolled high, Ren would have joined that combat and things would have turned around pretty fast.
Because
That's what
Because
I
they-
was hoping was going to happen.
but then the dice gods gave Graham a pretty low number, and his dad showed up
You
instead.
called high and I rolled 2.
But yes, so that's what Graham will say. And quite frankly, I have put in a lot of effort to basically, unlike, no offense, Cray, unlike you, put in a lot of effort into telling my family to leave us alone.
Fortunately, I'm not sure if I ever met your family too much, but apparently they're being.
We're being watched by them a lot.
I see. Well, it's
I've
not like
I've literally told them that if they harm any of you guys, I will do everything in my power to destroy them.
well,
I
it's
should
not.
I should state, while I despise the purposes that my family have conceived me, the fact that they are a useful asset is not to be overlooked.
Unlike your family, who are basically just against us.
Indeed.
I don't necessarily know if that's entirely true. They've never actually done anything to us. In fact, the
I mean,
closest thing they've ever done to trying to do anything to us was fucking with Oswald.
well, not necessarily against us, but they are not being helpful to us. Definitely. I mean, I don't know.
They literally were. Let's just say, if honestly that fight with with Felix was about to go south, I honestly think they were about ready to join in. Like I said, they're just kind of. I don't know why they're so interested in me, but they are, and they seem to don't want me to die.
Huh. Okay, then never mind. Still, though.
Because whenever I was attacked by the Demir, they came to my aid. In fact, I saw my dad, which was terrifying because I was invisible at the time and he has true sight.
Oh. That's terrifying.
Yes, it is.
Still, though, well, I think. Do you think? Do you think we could actually still work together, all of us?
Frey is
I'm.
going to stand up and he is going to take a step towards Graham.
Menacingly.
You have an attachment to trust. Trust wasn't an option for me before. But now I suppose it's going to have to. And then he offers Graham a hand. I am willing to be better if you are.
Graham will look at Cray's hand, take a moment, close his eyes, take a deep breath in, let it out, and then take Cray's hand and shake it. Deal. I think
All
we
right.
can both be better than our families want us to be.
He smiles at that. A rare thing for Cray. Well, if that's the case, now that that's that, I would highly recommend the two of you start sprinting over to where Luke Tudor is located. I'm going to try to teleport back to the house to contact my mother to call things off.
Sounds good. We really
I-
should. I
Yes,
know
I-
this is something we should have taken care of first, but I think this is something that we needed to do first. Come on, let's go.
Yay, DM not probably pausing things while we deal with it.
Don't
2 hours
worry.
worth of conversation. By the time we get there, Luke is just laying on the ground in the Family Guy position, bleeding out.
I'm dying.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Talking is a free action.
They stabbed me really slowly. You could have saved me any minute.
Now, well, now,
Oh God.
now, if we may go back.
Digi, I
in
sent
time
you a
little bit.
message.
Yes, I know you did.
Lute, prepare for your combat.
Yeah, Corridon, you've literally just been standing there as they've all been talking about all this,
Yes.
haven't you?
Yes. I was talking to Rostine about this, that Corridon's just witnessed an awful lot of very classified information and heartfelt revelations, and from a
This
fairly
means nothing to me.
unhinged group. And he's just been standing in the corner by the door, being quiet, going, "What the fuck is going on?"
Isn't someone in danger? Isn't someone in danger?
No, he's still trying to. He's just registering information. He's remembering it and storing it away to understand it later and pick it apart and work out what's going on. He's just been
I will
standing
say that Elena would have normally let this go, but she had like this strange inclination that if they parted on these terms, they were not getting back together. Period.
Elaine does not care about loot.
Also, she doesn't really know Lute, so unfortunately, he's a pretty low priority for her.
Graham would be disappointed.
Oh no, she's a shipper.
No, she just thinks like, oh no.
Craig, you're going to say you two need to go off and save Lute. You're going to turn around and find Corridon still standing by the door.
I feel like the fact that Graham is also like very much indicated to her that he has probably been on the borderline of corruption several times recently. Probably she's also probably thinking, you know what, this will be real cathartic and helpful for Graham not losing his shit and turning into a literal mana monster.
That, yes, she really thinks he needs to get everything off his chest.
Yes.
However, over to you, Cor. Over to you. Lute Tudor, if we may go back in time. There's a client requesting you.
Oh, okay. I was going to do some things, but yes, the client.
Real quick, we are coming
Yes,
up
go
on
on.
that 6-hour mark where I do need to interrupt the recording.
You're right.
I don't
do
have
you
one-
think we're gonna go another at least hour? Preferably
Yes.
about 2 hours.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Yes,
Okay.
I don't have work tomorrow, so I can actually stay up for a while.
Same here. Only because of COVID.
I don't have work. I don't have work tomorrow because of Hurricane Ian. Thankfully, it hasn't been messing with my internet right now.
Normally I'd be going to do, or normally I'd be studying for the T's test, but I'm just having fun with this one.
All right.
I have to.
Well then, let me go ahead and do the outro thing real quick.
Wait, what?
Thank you everybody so much for joining us so far today for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. That is part 1 of episode 29. Season 2, episode 29. We are changing the title of the recording to What was it? Because Digi doesn't think we're gonna get to where we're supposed to be here. Disharmony in the party. There we go. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.